не смогут, ну, типа игры в гон, все гибнет,
There
да,
are games such as Go
они
and
не
Poker
выйдут
that
на это.
computers
И это совсем выглядит
have
опасно.
competed
Если справа
in as well.
Лиси Доль, чемпион мира по игре
You
в
can see
гон,
Lisa Dole, the champion in
у меня
Go,
фотографии есть.
where he's
Это
just laughing because he was just
отдельный
defeated by the software.
работы. А
And
как
this is
это
the subject of a research field. So how does a computer beat the human? Because Go is not just a series of operations.
А
And
вообще,
that, of course, is something computers are better at us. So what do we mean when we say AI? Why do we play that game? I'm being completely serious. I'm not being provocative here.
наш мозг
Is it to understand how our brain works? Are we trying to create models? That's understandable.
биологический
Is it to
ум
understand how it could be improved biologically? To create people? This is an idea that is out there. People who would be faster, smarter, and would do everything better than what a human does.
А чтобы
Why?
сделать
Why do we need to be
чтобы
improved to create
отстирать
Frankenstein's monster?
и тем самым сделать нас бессмертными, если вы
To make us
думаете,
immortal? If you think I'm joking, I'm not.
организации,
There
которые
are institutions and
занимаются
organizations that are being very enthusiastic about those
чтобы
goals.
за нас
Are we
работали.
doing this to improve our lives so that AI would work for us, where work is...
Вот эти самообучающиеся программы современные, типа AlphaZero, они взяли практически все рубежи, как я вам уже сказала. Конечно, профессионалы разбирают эти партии. Вот, например, AlphaZero с программой Stockfish соревновалась. И, ну, вот то, что вы видите на экране, там были разницы в скорости. Она выиграла, используя другую стратегию, холистическую стратегию и, внимание, искусственную интуицию, которую она умудрилась развить. И используя вот эти другие ходы, делая, как профессионалы сейчас говорят, инопланетные ходы, она выиграла у того, кто обладает большей мощностью, большими скоростями, переборной логикой, где просто перебирают операции. Профессионалы говорят, что они потрясены некоторыми ходами, которые используют эти программы. Они прямо говорят, так люди не играют. Так не играли раньше. И программы, которые создали люди, это какие-то шаги, уже совсем, я бы сказала, для нас опасны. Преодолен. Как не ждали. Мы этого не ждали, может быть, вчера. Это похоже на когнитивную атаку. И я бы даже сказал на вызов нашим представлениям о интеллекте человека и вообще о наших возможностях. Они, я вот здесь таким мерзким цветом это выделила, они нас могут переиграть. Это похоже. Мы очень сложны. Когда сейчас говорят, что вот мир, в который мы попали, он многосложный, он быстро меняется, он противоречивый. Но я вам скажу, что так было всегда. Мы всегда жили в мире, который имеет много трактовок, который быстро меняется. И в этом смысле ничего вроде бы особенного, но только на первый взгляд. Чего не было никогда, это такой скорости изменений. Никогда это не двигалось так. Если раньше на это уходили десятки тысяч лет, и не дни. Вам все время предлагают жизнь в новых системах, и вы не знаете, что с этим делать. Еще одна опасность – это то, что исчезла уже даже способность верификации информации. Вы не знаете, то, с чем вы имеете дело, это фейк или правда, это настоящее
event A does not necessarily have to result in event B. Cause and effect relation is no longer relevant. Second act doesn't really have to follow act one. So this free, non-determined thinking, I believe this generation has it because they didn't have an opportunity to read those books that we read in our time. It leads to new aesthetic space being created. They write in a strange way for me. Yeah, they are talented, it's fresh, interesting, but strange. They do away from traditional structures, which we inherited from ancient times, from Aristotle. And we are dealing with a problem here. The value of reading goes down in the perception of modern children and adolescents. It has to do with the development of technology. Ways of delivering information have changed. Well, when I was a 13 or 14-year-old adolescent, most of the information that I received, information about life, about the world before me, I got this information from books. They get this information in a wide variety of other methods, social networks, visual ways of communicating information, IT technologies. I remember myself when I was 13, and I remember most distinctly that if we talk about reading and its role in the life of my generation, I remember that, well, I was a school student and we studied in the afternoon. We were waiting for the class to finish just to go to the library, our school library, because that's where you would find books. We had to wait in line for books. Those who are a little older, they remember that. It was hard to borrow popular books. You couldn't really take those books home, but those books were available in reading rooms. I remember I had to queue to get those books. So I had to virtually, literally run from school to the library, and I had to wait for the book I was interested in to be finished by the previous reader. I remember that when I was in grade one, I would read beneath my desk. I think those who are listening to us now remember this experience. Mathematics, you're not interested in mathematics or another subject, you read the book you're interested in on the desk. Teacher would take those books away, and mom would later have to come to school and get those books. I remember my mother once hid those books I used to read as a child. She hid those books as a form of punishment. Maybe I received some bad grades, and so those books were hidden from me. This kind of relation between adolescents and books, it's gone. Nobody really reads under their blankets with flashlights. I think that's a sad thing, because here we have very serious issues such as fathers and sons relations. Book is probably the only bridge between the older generation and the younger generation. The expertise, the experience which has been accumulated, attitude to world, values, they are being transmitted. Well, that's the way it used to be before me and in my generation. They are being transmitted through fiction, through literature, when these very important aspects of human lives used to be transmitted to adolescents through very we face something that is called denial, reading denial in adolescence. Do you know why this is a very interesting situation? We are being surrounded by 50-year-old young people. They are integrated in all kinds of present-day discussions. I'm following the lives of my peers. They're all very responsible men and women. They understand why they live. And the age of getting old is now postponed. My 25-year-old students they're way younger in their internal age compared to us when we were their age, 20, 25 years of age. I think that has to do with the fact that they no longer read books. We, in our time, we would get our nourishment, so to speak, reading these most important books for us. We received great experience for entire generation, which I think postponed the age in time for us. I'm actually thinking about my friends, my contemporaries. Everybody tells me I don't really feel my age. I still feel young. I think it has to do first and foremost with what I'm talking about, with reading and with peculiar features of structural worldview, which we have thanks to classical literature. Not looking at it anymore, not being exposed to it anymore. Young people become infantile. They are not ready to share the responsibility with older generation. When we were 25, we had kids. We had I actually had 3 kids by the age of 25. But the girls who are at my pro seminar, they're 25. They're not married. They don't want to have kids. So I think it has to do with transmitting cultural code from one generation to the next one. I think Vysotsky sang about it. That means you read proper books when you were a kid. End of quote. It really shapes your personality, shapes your worldview, shapes the way you look at world and its most important aspects. To understand the problems of meaning of life, to look bravely at the life which essentially in a way lacks meaning. You understand it, you keep moving on. I remember I had this suspicion about younger generation. First time I had it, it's not about boomers. I think first time I felt something like that back in the late 80s. So the next generation after us would not read. They were not acquainted with Bulat Okudjava and Vladimir Vysotsky songs and poetry. And I felt the motive of desacralization of heroism. Heroin was no longer sanctified. And that is something which is really typical for the younger generation now. No ideals, or ideals are replaced by present day pop idols. Probably Boris Barabanov is going to tell us more about this. So this is this kind of Morgenstern culture, so to speak. So lyrical aspects, romantic aspects, heroic aspects are being desanctified. Tatiana Vladimirovna mentioned that as well. Another unpleasant fact, I actually asked a fact about present generation. I talk about love with them. I remember these really great, I can say, African passions when we were 25. And I think these passions were installed in us by classical literature, from Leo Tolstoy to Mikhail Sholokhov, to Eric Maria Remarque. This romantic element is missing in my students. I ask them, do you fall in love? And they tell me, do you know what they tell me? Why would we fall in love? That makes us anxious. And that's when I got scared, because I don't really understand where this desacralization, lack of sanctity, where it leads. But once I actually checked them, I told them this story. I told them about one young person, one young guy who died back in dead man attack during that gas attack at Osovets fortress. That's when the German army used poisonous gases. And so when Germans began collecting corpses, that minor officer called Vladimir, he spit bits and pieces of his lungs, and he gets together those who survived at that point, and they managed to have this kind of a counter attack. And when I was telling that story, and I realized that there is connection between times. I could see this spark which began to glitter in the eyes of my students. I did show the photograph of Vladimir. He died in that attack. They managed to defend that fortress. I realized that this connection between generation, it is still there. As Shakespeare said, the time is out of joint. Maybe I'm this older guy who likes who is just grumpy in a way, but remember, in King Lear, Shakespeare wrote, time is out of sync, time is out of joint. But then this problem changed, took a different shape, and maybe some major catastrophes are needed, like world wars, so that young people would get back to these classical, structurized, lyrical, romantic, and heroic values, so that the material would not always prevail over mind in life. I think in this respect, we have to use all kinds of means so that the culture of reading would get back into our way of life, so that it would be an element showing that you belong to elite. That was back in my time. It was prestigious to read books, and those who would read, when I was an adolescent, I think they were considered, they had more prestige than when compared to those who wouldn't read books. So how does that happen? How do representatives of younger generation, how do they get acquainted with texts, and how do they perceive them? I'll talk about my son called Roma now. So 15 years ago, I think my son Roma was 14 back then, he took Don Quixote from my bookshelf. I think he was interested in Gustave Doré illustrations, engravings. So there are knights there, they look great, they look beautiful. So Don Quixote's adventures, and I see that Roma is looking through this book, looking at the engravings, but this is very out of date, right? Syntax is complex, very far from the kind of syntax we're used to today. But Roma keeps reading it. He read volume 1, he moved on to read volume 2. So I was really curious, the mechanism of perception. Roma was not familiar back then about the knight culture, about Miguel de Cervantes. What does he get from reading, and why is it that he wouldn't quit reading? I asked him, are you interested, or is it because you're being snobbish? He just, I think that's when he learned about the word snob, and he says, I'm interested, I find it funny. So I realized, oh, he can understand the humorous aspect of it. He reads through the irony of Cervantes. So in a way, this is the first postmodernist work. I find it funny. That's what he says. I ask him why. Well, everybody beats the main character. Any other emotions? And he says, I feel pity to the main character. I think this word pity, that was the key word for me. I realized that Cervantes works for adolescents who are not used to it. Compassion turns out to be one of the key elements of that book. And I think at that point, Roma turned into a human being. And that is why I'm very grateful to Miguel de Cervantes. so that we keep making sure that time is not out of joint, so that personal parameters keep being formed. I think our constructive thinking is a constructive answer to the chaos and the lack of meaning in life. I have to say, some of my students have deep psychological and psychiatric problems. Some 3 students had to make a break in their studies while they were being diagnosed with bipolar disorder. When I was 20, I had no idea of these psychological problems. They look at their 20 and they look at me with empty eyes and they say life has no meaning. Why does that happen? Because there is no structural approach to life, and structural approach to life, we get it from classical literature. I think we have to make every effort possible to make sure that reading becomes a part of elite culture again. We have to raise the prestige of reading so that reading is not perceived as something out of date when compared to other means of transmitting information. Basically, this is what I think about that. Thank you very much. We'll discuss this later. If there are questions, we'll be happy to talk about it. And now over to a great music reviewer, my friend Boris Barabanov. So I told you about how children read or don't read, and he will talk about how children listen to popular music in the 21st century. Over to you, Boris. Thank you very much. A lot of very useful information. As a father of 2 small kids, they do have to deal with these issues, and these are acute issues in their development. And I can actually draw some conclusions on their example. And these conclusions are accompanied also by what I watch and read, not just by interacting with my kids. Right. Popular is a part of the title of my talk, popular music, and that is a traditional thing. This genre carries ideas and values. This genre is a communicator of sorts between representatives of different generations. It may seem strange. Everybody says the role of music as popular music as medium is in the past. What is more important now? More important for new generation is computer games, video blogs, TV series, etc. And this idea is corroborated by the fact that there's this book by Alexander Khan from the BBC. The book is entitled "The Main Songs of the 20th Century." He looks at the entire collection of popular songs, and he only looks at the 20th century, believing that in the 21st century, music stopped being this intermediary in communication, main ideas being transmitted through other media. But music industry is experiencing growth. The revenue of music industry grew by 12% in the US. The volume of market in Russia is about to grow by 2023. It's going to grow twice and will reach 160 million US dollars. And this actually contradicts the idea that popular music is no longer important. Pop music is positioned in a different way. It's still a part of content, but access to popular music compared to previous generations, this access is simplified. Okay, let's translate it into easy to understand language. When we were kids, we would listen to these vinyl LPs. People who are my age, I'm a little younger than Andrei Gerasimov, so I think even younger members of audience, there was this famous vinyl LP, the musicians from Bremen, and we knew those songs by heart. We would listen to these songs on end. If we were unable to do that, our parents would put that LP again and again. Now, I think this habit of looking for something new, it hasn't been formed yet. I think psychologists will agree with me. Grown-ups don't always have this habit, develop this habit to be curious, to be looking for something new and looking for new things in music. This process, yes, let's agree on this. This is automated. In most cases, for most people, it's a purely mechanical process. In the old days, music would get to our mind through radio and television. Now it happens through playlists of digital platforms, through animated films, soundtracks, through video games and computer games. When I'm talking about fast access, I'm talking about lots of different technologies, including the ones that we are using to have this conversation right now. So all these voice assistants and smart speakers, this is a story, a different story in its own right. I would undervalue these devices, but when I got used to using them in everyday life, when I realized how my peers, parents of kids, how they use these devices, I realized that things like Alisa Yandex Station or smart speaker by Apple is really a blessing. Kids spend hours listening to fairy tales or to playlists. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? First of all, this is the reality we have. This is the way it is now, and we have no other reality. It's hard to imagine other options. There's more music. It enters audio space that our children are surrounded by. So we have to pose this question: what values are being transmitted by this or that work of art? In Russia, there is this agreement that Soviet animated film cartoons, this is positive, this is great. Nobody really challenges this opinion. I think our colleague from Soyuz Multfilm Animated Film Studio, who is with us today, I think she will comment on this. A number of generations grew up thanks to this. And there is this Kid FM radio station. Maybe some of you don't really know that there is this Kid FM radio station in Russia, but it's a private company, not state-run, and it only works with children from dusk till dawn. And I realized at a certain point that this is what I think I can spend the time of life of my children on. As I said, kids radio are specialized programs, audio fairy tales, and music, predominantly old music, 50, 60-year-old kind of music, maybe 40-year-old kind of music. So all these music comes from older animated films and films. What happens to new music for children? So very few composers actually write for kids. Not more than 5 composers. This is what I can think about. So this music is created, just created as music. Irina Bogushevskaya, Playground. This is the album I can think of. And very recently, Kasta recorded this album called Album. Kasta are the people who are rap musicians, and they have been known as established rap musicians for quite some time, and they work for adult audience. They talk about vices, about problems, and then these four people, they're now 40 plus, and then they realized suddenly that their kids wouldn't listen to their music; they listen to something else, and predominantly it's something that they get through YouTube and TikTok. And they came up with this idea. They recorded an album still in their hip hop rap music style. And these are songs for kids. It's absolutely amazing. On the one hand, well, you know that rap music has adult content normally, but this recording does not have that. What is evident there is that they have this desire to tell the young about the music that they do. There's lots of humor. A lot of things can be recognized, scenes from the lives of 3, 4, 5-year-old listeners. So there's this song called "I'll Do It Myself." The hero of the song wants to do things myself. I think this is typical for young kids when they tell you, "Dad, I'll do it myself." So that's something really relevant. Or mm, uh, things like nursery rhymes converted into rap. More examples like that. But in fact, these things are few and far between. Music specifically for children, this is rare. There is this kind of music which comes to children inside other major audiovisual works of art. I believe you also notice these works of art. Probably the best example would be the song from Frozen, "Leave and Let Go" from Frozen. Every kid knows that song. So 10-year-old song are familiar with the two installments of Frozen franchise, and they have great songs too. This is what they listen to. But there are other examples, other communication channels, other types of product. For example, there's this YouTube show hosted by Vlad Bumaga. Literally, that means paper. He comes from Belarus. A4 is his other stage name, and this is a kind of a show where young people who are 20, 25, they deal with challenges. They perform tasks. I think this is not a dangerous thing to watch. I think it's okay for my son to watch it. There is no adult content there. There is no violence or bad language. Very few girls, mostly guys. So there is nothing there which can be considered adult in this or other way, or something which would not be acceptable for young, very young audience. And there's the song there, "Kids." It's actually in Russian. I think it's a good thing that my son keeps singing it, but in that song called "Kids," there are words "lamba" and "lamba," which is shortened for Lamborghini, and "geli," which is shortening for Geländewagen. And the host of the show has both cars, Lamborghini and Geländewagen. And this is this attention to richness in a way that's similar to what rappers of the 90s has, who really took glory in being filthy rich. But this new generation of YouTubers, for them, it's not really luxury. It's a very natural habitat for them. When he says, "Oh, you forgot how my Lambi car goes," like, it's a bit of a joke, but somehow it gets through to the subconsciousness of a child. I don't think this is consumerism of sorts, or something very damaging or dangerous, but I think it really forms the settings for very young listeners. In a way, it's a game, but only to a certain extent. So kids understand this is not for real, this is not very serious. They understand that these Lamborghini and Gelände wagons are just like Lego toys, but only to a certain extent. And I don't really know what is it in the head of my son, what is being formed there, how his attitude to material things is formed, to cars, to houses. Remember, this is not for adults. This is not videos by the Russian rapper Morgenstern, which contains adult content predominantly. These are products for kids. Children are being told that they have to deal with tasks and they get some extra knowledge about construction, chemistry, etc. I think this is very important, and I cannot really tell you, I'm not really sure, 100% sure what mechanism is found there, mechanism of forming values, even through this kind of vegetarian, so to speak, content. The most popular platforms are YouTube and TikTok. And another thing, as far as I can say, as far as I can see, both platforms control adult content in a very harsh way. YouTube switches off, sends you a strike. This is their lingo. So if it doesn't have 18 plus marking, it's very difficult to place adult content on YouTube. You can find something there, but what gets through their filters is not so harsh. So I'm talking about blogger shows. You don't really see something truly harsh there. I would also like to point out that, in TikTok, nothing of the kind. TikTok is a platform which is very strict about its content. They understand that they earn through children. Children bring them revenues, so they filter out all kinds of adult content that could, in theory, land there. This is a kind of environment which is very difficult to control and to edit. So I'm just saying this to calm you down a little, but we have causes for anxiety too. The most toxic content is the kind of music which is not originally addressed to them, but since it's viral, they hear it as well. So modern pop and hip hop tracks, they have bad language, that they have elements of porn, and it's really hard for parents to set the controls here. They have to do these things manually. Nobody else can filter this kind of content. Every kind of limitation might have a loophole, and these loopholes are being used. So now we reached the subject of censorship. I have to say, I do not accept censorship in any form, but today, so Russian media speaks about, so there's this new initiative creating Columbine playlist. Columbine is the school in the US. It is synonymous with mass shooting incidents because the Columbine shooting is really well known. I'm not going to tell you who came up with this initiative. I don't really want to send this signal to the universe. So the initiative is the blacklist of tracks which can influence potential school shooters. In the Russian law, there are age limits. You always have to mark any kind of work of art suitable for children over 12, over 16, over 18, etc. So to establish the connection between listening to the song and then carrying out mass shooting, you cannot establish this link. It's impossible. So any kind of accusation against a musician or a poet, oh, they listened to this song, they listened to this track, and that resulted in school shooting incident. I believe there is no this connection. It's not because they watched the video or listened to a song. I think the reason for that is different. The song or a music video is just a drop of information which might possibly get through to their information field and add something to what's already had been there. But a work of art cannot be the cause of school shooting. I'm sure of that. But I agree that I understand that this is open to discussion. So if authorities think about it, I believe this is just a form of censorship. But at the end, I'd like to draw this kind of a conclusion. The situation of kids' contact with modern popular music, it's ambiguous, controversial. It hasn't been properly studied yet. Just as everything that has to do with neural networks, internet, and AI recommendation services, etc. So we adults will receive these challenges in a ever increasing way, but I think bans are not the solution here. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you for listening. I hope you could hear me. Thank you, Boris. We could hear you very well, and now we are anxious. The next presenter.
I think our next speaker is going to calm us down because she's going to talk about something that has nothing to be anxious about. This is Galina Svechkopalova, head of the Department of Educational Programs at the Federal State Enterprise Soyuz Multfilm. She's going to talk about animation as a new educational technology. Can I have my presentation turned on, please? We have already heard about children learning to read, about children listening to popular music, and we're going to talk now about how they perceive information through animated film. There's nothing to cause anxiety. However, Soyuz Multfilm performs a transgenerational function. We are transferring the cultural code, what psychologists call the experience of all people. This is something that's being transferred through animated film. But we're also facing that we need to meet the challenges of today and to meet the needs of the new child. Because the new child has new needs. They behave completely differently. They're born with the same brain, but they're very different people. So I don't know if you can see my presentation. I will just find out. Yes, well, I have some animated film characters there. So Soyuz Multfilm is between a rock and a hard place in this way, because everyone has kids. Some kids are quite small, and it's impossible to just turn on the internet or the television and leave them watching animated films. The kids will refuse to watch something that is not suitable for them. My colleague said that we grew up listening to the musicians of Bremen. Yes, our kids can listen to those songs now too, but the animated film itself is too slow for them. The picture is not exactly clear. It's not competitive, and it doesn't resonate with them. So our old Soviet animated films, those kind, wonderful animated films, are not actually being watched by modern children. So Soyuz Multfilm began creating new content using the tradition of Soviet animation. Your presentation is going to be turned on in a second. I need the slide. I need slide 3 with examples of actual films. Soviet animated films shared behavioral archetypes for a kid, so the kid would watch them and have all of the information conveyed by the animated film. They presented a worldview with positive and negative characters, with the good and the bad, and the good always conquered evil. And the evil characters changed. Remember Just You Wait series, and the wolf was a smoker. And everyone knew that it was bad, and all of the rabbits told him that smoking is bad for you, and they showed it to him by gestures, and they said it to them. So there were some negative situations, but the child learned how to deal with those situations and how to correct the behavior and your mistakes. Can I see slide 3, please? Traditional Russian animation never caused negative emotions, such as aggression. So the characters in Soviet animated films taught people to be optimistic, to be tolerant, to deal with difficulties, to solve problems. But both today and then, animated films serve an educational purpose. They educate the children and they bring them up when the parents have no time to do that. So this slide shows the pattern of children's media consumption. The data is not exactly new, but the structure hasn't changed after the pandemic, but the percentage is greater now. The children start watching animated films at around the age of 2. So it's desirable not to show animated films before that. They normally watch television. School children prefer YouTube to television, or an app on their tablet or on their parents' tablet. And they normally watch specialized children's channels such as Carousel. And as my colleagues have already said, quite rightly, a good book and good music and a good animated film are first and foremost age appropriate. So if a piece is age appropriate, it meets the first criterion. It can be beneficial and it can be interesting to the child. When a child is watching an animated film, the child is not just sitting there and spending the time the parents need to do something else. What happens to the child is they get their first ideas of good and evil, of the good and the bad. They identify themselves with the characters of the film and they feel compassion. And through this character that they identify themselves with, they live through certain emotions. They compare themselves to the characters of these animated films. They learn to respect others. And I'm only talking about these SOS multfilm productions. And they help to conquer their fears, to develop their feelings, emotions, imagination, and thoughts and ideas. So if some parents are watching us, or if you can make a screenshot, we have conducted some research and our psychologists gave us some practical recommendations that can be followed by any parent. The content and the plot of the animated film has to be age appropriate, because at a certain age, a child perceives information in a certain way. So Soyuz Multfilm has age rating, and each film is age appropriate to a certain age group. then the film is going to be beneficial and it's going to do no harm. Because some parents say that my kid is 2, but he's so talented, he can watch a film for 7-year-olds. This is actually harmful to the child because at 2, a person cannot perceive the information perceived by a 7-year-old. A film has to have some educational content, and the characters have to convey a cultural code of the child's country. I'm not trying to say anything bad about foreign animated films, but the cultural code is different, and a child needs to understand that if they live in Russia, there are certain cultural norms, certain behavioral norms that correspond to where they live. Number 3, a film has to be followed up by a discussion. The parents can talk to the child, ask some questions. What do you think? What do you think a character felt? So try and talk to the kid. Try to get involved in the plot line. And psychologists will tell you that this is a very good opportunity to learn more about your child. What emotions are relevant to him? Which situations resonate more with the child? So watching an animated film together helps you understand the psychological and emotional state of your child. This is very, very important. And number 4, preschoolers should watch no more than 90 minutes of animated films. More is not recommended. Soyuz Multfilm has conducted a survey of our target audience. So we have created this portrait of a contemporary child, and we have identified a number of skills that need to be developed, that contemporary children need. It's emotional intelligence, interpersonal and social communication, and that is something you can learn through animated films. The ability to concentrate and to manage attention. So when we start discussing certain situations with the child, we find out whether they were able to concentrate. Also, digital literacy, because then the child begins using gadgets and various internet services. The skill of critical thinking, and also the skill of learning has to be developed because it's impossible to learn once and for the rest of your life. So how do animated cartoons teach? Children identify themselves with the characters, so they can be educated through discussing the characters. You can point out some personal traits of the film's characters. And I am head of the Department of Educational Programs. And animated film is the basis of the new educational structure in a way. Animated films are very vivid. And my colleagues mentioned that it's problematic for the children of today to perceive information through listening. Most of the information is perceived visually, and that is why animated films bring together all kinds of perception. And the picture gives a vivid demonstration for something a child can learn, and it involves emotional intelligence, and animated cartoons are also interactive. The characters ask questions and children can answer them, so that's edutainment through play while watching an animated film. And this type of communication is universal. The cartoon does not even have to be in the language of the child. And they also have an educational and upbringing effect. So we can transfer our cultural code. So the educational potential. I'm going to tell you about the educational technology, Простоквашино educational technology, based on a very popular animated film, Простоквашино. It's aimed at the development of the social and communicational skills. A teacher has 2 sets of notes, and throughout the year, they can use this program, this educational technology, to further the development of various skills. This technology is used by 50 schools in Moscow. We're getting very positive reviews. Not only the children like it, but also the teachers, because it's a very modern program and teachers can be very creative. We also have the methodology called the circle of emotions. There is a series, the Monsi series, and we also have a methodology developed on the basis of this animated film series. So you see, we are taking the theme of the animated film, and then we create an educational technology based on that, and that is really well perceived by the children. The interactive desk, the multi-touch universe, there are 30 educational games teaching children some information. They can watch cartoons, they can use the coloring app. So it's not just education, it's also play. We have only presented this at the International Education Salon in Moscow, but I hope it will turn up in every school. I'm almost done. So can I see the next slide? So small film organizes schools in creating animation in Moscow, in VDNK Exhibition Center. So if you are based in Moscow, do come and visit. It's interactive, it's engaging, there are tours for the children. It's not just entertainment, but also education, and the parents tend to like it as well. So on this slide, you can see my contact information. If you have some questions, I am willing to answer them. So our goal is not to take the gadgets away from our children and forbid watching anything. Our goal is to make watching animated films beneficial and to encourage bringing the whole family together. Because when we're watching Prostafashina, for example, we know that it's me, it's the kid, and it's the grandmother. It's something that can bring the family together and not be just a tool to spend time. That is all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Galina. This was very informational. And I think it creates positive anticipation. I think we're not going to lose this generation. And now we're going to hear a professional psychologist, Ekaterina Ogarova, about the relationship of reading preferences and value orientations of young people. I am very interested in this topic because I work with books, as you know. Good afternoon. Before I turn my presentation on, I would like to congratulate Andrei on his anniversary. And I hope that you have enough energy to educate a new generation of writers and to write yourself. I also represent several organizations, but I'm going to talk as a psychologist and a teacher who works with 2 types of target audiences. On the one hand, I work with students and readers, and also I work with young writers. So I see the issue from all aspects. I also represent the World Club of Petersburgers. It is an organization that brings together the Petersburgers from all over the world so that we could preserve our cultural heritage. And this organization also has something to do with literature. It has its library, it has its publishing house, and we also have a competition for young talents, the Star of Prometheus, where we support young authors and also young literary critics. So why is it important to study reading? I follow very closely various sociological research in reading, and we also do some of this research ourselves. And here you can see some data on a rather large sample by the All-Russian Center for Public Opinion. And although young people say that they read, however, the degree to which reading constitutes part of their free time is not exactly high. The young people read, but it's not just fiction. So those 5 books that they mentioned is not just fiction, it's also non-fiction and textbooks. And the older the people, the lower the number. And when you ask young people to recommend an author, you hear some interesting things. They find it very hard to name contemporary authors. So when you ask them, what would you recommend me to read? They say Pushkin, Tolstoy, or some very, very popular authors you can see on every store shelf, because their cover is very bright. We also did some research with a different social group, with young writers, and we asked them who they read, and the answers there were very, very different. So young people do not read much, they do not know much about contemporary authors, so this is the reality. But what's interesting is the young people realize that this is a problem. And a student of mine conducted a research project that I'm going to tell you about. So her research project was, why don't I read? And the journalists and PR specialists who attend our department also realize that this is a problem. So we teach journalists, we teach them to work as part of the communications department, and we see that they don't read anything, neither books, nor newspapers, nor magazines. And in surveys, they mentioned that they read social networks or something very brief. Can you please press F5? Thank you.
So
this is a rather interesting trend. The young people read less, but they start writing a lot. So my colleagues who work with young writers have probably noticed this trend as well. The Institute of Literature has a great number of students. Writers' workshops are becoming more and more popular. There's a huge number of courses and schools. There's a great number of websites helping young writers. And universities are opening master's degree programs in literary writing. In St. Petersburg State University or High School of Economics, both have opened programs like this. And of course, universities are trying to breach this gap, to reconcile this gap between non-reading and writing. We're trying to work with this with our students. of psychology, PR, and so on. So we introduced a course, Great Books, where teachers were supposed to show how interesting, how important it is to familiarize yourself with great literature. It was not very popular, and it's not that just the students were not ready, but the style of teaching ended up being an obstacle. We know that Anna Karenina can become a subject of a book, but when a professor comes in and starts talking about the Iliad, it comes across as something very difficult and very complicated. So here's a slightly different angle. Here I've listed the reasons why young writers write. Katya Barbanyaga, my friend and co-author, and I asked writers at the TV bridge, at the telecast for young writers. So they're not professional writers, but they are trying to become professionals. So mostly they have egocentric motivation. It's to satisfy their ego, to understand the world. And the third reason is communication. So they feel the need for their audience. They feel the need to be heard. They feel the need to come in contact with the reader. However, it's not a very attainable goal for a young writer. So why do we think that reading is important psychologically for our children, for our students? On the one hand, reading is a cognitive process because it is indirect communication through text, and the reader goes into the structure of the text, decodes the cultural codes, extracts the cultural code, and processes it and finds meaning there. This is a very complex cognitive process. On the other hand, this is a creative process because as you go into the structure of a literary text, you do not only extract meaning, you become a co-creator. You create this meaning and you create this value together with the author. You go up a step. It is a new level of creating meaning. It is also a personal growth level. So it is very important to develop this culture of reading. But we have to remember that literary texts also have another aspect. They also influence the subconscious, the emotional level of the reader. And the reader does not always understand what is happening to them when they go into the text. And in a fiction text, a fiction text can lead to a cathartic experience, which would change and shift the worldview of the reader. So a good and holistic literary text serves the development of the value system and the value orientation of the reader. That is why it's very important to read real literature. That is also the reason why it is so dangerous for contemporary reader to encounter the so-called surrogate literature that does not have a spiritual and moral foundation. So I would like to tell you about the research conducted by our students and supervised by us. They took 102 informants, and 50% of those people are just readers who read books, and 50% are writers who create new literary fiction. And we wanted to explore the connection of the literary preferences and the value orientation. And we believed that there is a connection like that. So this is our 102 informants telling us how many books they read per year. And you can see that most of our respondents said that their reading habits are irregular. There are people who say that they are reading fans, and of course, most of them are writers too. Writers tend to read more than those who do not write. So how many books per year do you read? Here you can see an almost evenly divided pie. So those people, so this question is about fiction, not just all of the reading material. And again, the more they write, the more they read. And here you can compare the reasons behind reading. And here you can see the red column, they're readers who do not write, and the green column are young writers. And here you can see a difference. They all read to socialize, to learn more about the culture, to feel close to the cultural code, to raise themselves to a higher level. The next goal is cultural and educational. And that is a goal that is more relevant to readers. Writers know more about their own values, they know more about the literary process, so that goal is not very typical for them. However, for young writers, the aesthetic value is more relevant. They need to feel the pleasure because of the language. They want to see how beautifully written the book is. And here you can see the differences between value orientations between readers and writers. And you can see that the values are the same and the rankings are almost the same. However, for readers, the prevailing values are hedonism, that is pleasure, joy of life, drive, something satisfying. Independence is the second value, and universalism as the third value, and that is the ability to go beyond some boundaries. For young writers, there is a certain shift. So the top ranked value is independence, then comes universalism, then comes kindness, and hedonism takes only the fifth place. So it's more about an independent way in terms of values. So these are correlation maps between the reasons for reading and the values present in the value consciousness of our respondents. So here you can see the structure of the value orientation of young readers, and you can see that the value with the greatest number of links is entertainment. And the writers also read to use reading as a type of relaxation, a way to entertain themselves, to stimulate themselves somehow. But this entertainment orientation for them is also linked to achievement and independence. So for them, literature is an entertainment content and their personal growth are somehow linked. It's also very interesting that when writers pick up a book by someone else, find it very important to calm themselves down, to adapt to reality, to improve their resources. So we called it the optimizing function. And for writers, this is linked to kindness and tradition. So they find something optimizing in tradition. If we look at the readers group and the structure for the group of readers, we'll also see very interesting connections. We can see the core made up of three main readers' dispositions, that is hedonistic, aesthetic, and entertainment. So I read to be entertained, to find pleasure, and I would also like it to be beautiful. And entertainment is also linked to achievement, but it also linked to nonconformism. So for readers, entertainment is something non-conventional. It's something that goes against the tradition, against the accepted. So on those structures, you can see why we read, you can see how it is linked to the values that we want to convey and bring up in our children. And you can see that the more entertaining literature is, the less it is connected to kindness and tradition. So here are my main conclusions based on our research. People who have writing experience are more likely to choose reading as a source of pleasure and finding their own ways of creativity, but they're less likely to use reading to find new information. The preference system is different for readers and writers. The more creative the person is, the more complex is the preference system and the system of meanings. So they become more structured and more complex persons. For readers, reading is more of a way to relax. Readership preferences for young writers is partly connected to the optimizing function, and it also serves an adaptive function of going outside of reality and renewing their personal resources. And we also found a connection between readers' preferences and their value orientation. So it seems that literature does have a socialization value. It does influence what kind of person one becomes when they pick up a book. Thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer your questions. And modern young writers are also not just people who write, they're people who want to shift literary processes. So as a result of this research, we launched a project on readership in the internet, and we are hoping to get federal support. I do hope that you get federal support. It's very important. We need to... Can you unshare the screen, please? So here's what I wanted to say in the remaining 2 minutes. I wanted to say a couple words about... Thank you for your exhaustive talk. It was very interesting for me because I am in the middle of this process. You had one writer's preference missing: masochism. So why do writers read their colleagues? You called it optimization. That is true. Because when an author reads a book by a colleague, it's probably to find out that they are a much better writer themselves. It optimizes their view of life. So we've discussed a lot of very interesting issues about cultural and art resources that influence the psychology of children and adolescents. I hope you found it interesting and beneficial. So we're saying goodbye. It was very interesting to hear from all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Алло.
отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами, в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логаритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логаритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логаритмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитию умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму, оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, как бы наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту, да, определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела. Мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. Значит, и в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А, соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а, соответственно, мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец.
Почему у нас он пропадет?
Так. Вот она. 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела?
Да.
Хорошо? Справляешься?
Это я.
Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну, покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть?
Да.
Ну-ка, покажи. Ну, покажи. Как ты, сколько добавляешь? Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну, здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ой, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять? Надо, не надо. Еще-то надо добавлять? И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да?
Да.
Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Вики, пошла.
Вот.
Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными и общительными. К примеру, ребенка спрашивают:
Никит, куда ты ходишь?
а счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции логарифмов для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы логарифмом мы приблизили к норме не 100 детей. Они ходят в обычные школы и практически не отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
Right. Let's begin our work in a minute. First of all, I'd like to say that I'll be the first panelist. I think that technical support will manage. Everybody else everybody's here and ready to work. As the chair, I'd like to greet everybody. You're very welcome. Cultural resources as the factor of development of thinking, physical and psychological well-being of children and adolescents. Global topic, culture is an important factor in our life. It gets into various spheres. So material and spiritual culture have predominant meaning. And we're talking not only about the well-being and the mental health of children and adolescents, but it's our mental health as well. We can talk about great potential, social and pathogenic potential too. I'd like to invite you to think about the influence of cultural factors and their multifariousness and the way they influence the personalities of children and adolescents. Actually, people of any age are influenced by these factors, and as formal wish, I'd like to ask you to stick to the formal requirements, 2 hours, 6 reports, and that makes me think that everyone can use 15 minutes. And if we stick to this plan, we'll also have 5 minutes for Q&A after each report. Also, at the end, there will be time for drawing some conclusions and summarizing. Your wishes, if you have them, go ahead with those. And now I think I will just demonstrate my screen. I'll do these manually. Here we go. Art at the service for improvement of mental health in children and adolescents. You know that I've been dealing with this for many years. And so this session, this panel will be devoted to this. And tomorrow's sessions will be devoted to that as well. As a part of this panel, I'll talk about using art, spiritual culture as a phenomenon which is closely linked with innovational approaches in therapeutical and pedagogical activities. But the cultural and spiritual and art factor have to do not just with art therapy and art pedagogics, but also with everyday life, the environment with which we interact. It can influence us and our health in many different ways. It is clear that as of today, there are we can worry about the mental health of children and adolescents. Their health characteristics have been deteriorating and their cognitive, somatic health aspects have been deteriorating. It's very difficult to teach them, to find a way to socialize them. So we see growth of mental disorders of all kinds, and bad influence also keeps growing. It has to do with social and cultural factors. Environmental situation is deteriorating. Natural deficit crisis is what is typical of present-day family institute. Altogether, this is a major challenge, and so specialists who deal with various aspects of psychological support and educational work with children, and also those who deal with clinical issues of treatment and prevention of disorders, they are familiar with these issues. At the same time, we can say that we can turn to resources which have to do with art and creative activities, and they play a great role in protecting adolescents from pathogenic factors. And so the key requirement which we have to deal with, we have to use these resources regardless of the practical area that we can be specializing in. So art therapy and the efficiency of art therapy can be corroborated by a variety of specialists, and this system is based on attention to various factors. Also, we see that it's difficult to come up with practical guidelines how to use these methods and how to find a way to fully realize the potential of these new innovative methods. What are the tasks here? Defining the methodology, defining strategy, defining the strategy of development of this as a sphere of services, and strengthening the scientific approach to art therapy, the system of working with personnel and training the personnel who can carry out professional support using the new art therapy methodology. As of today, we have three major models of art therapy. So first and foremost, clinical model of art therapy, which has to do with the fact that it began to develop something like 50 years ago in clinical institutions, and that's where it institutionalized, and then it left clinical institutions, and now it's applicable in educational institutions and in social sphere. Today, clinical aspects of art therapy are being complemented by social and pedagogical models of art therapy. Pedagogical art therapy can be also referred to as art pedagogics. It deals with such issues as education, enlightenment, socialization of young persons through art and creative activity. At the same time, clinical art therapy is the means of and social aspect of art therapy is a way to support individuals in society, in family, and in other social contexts. Key dimensions of use art therapy methods and resources which are, well, they deal with protection of mental health, and special attention is paid to kids and adolescents with clinical disorders. Prevention and other activities are to be carried out in a safe way. It also has to do with the development of environmental culture, the culture of sustainable development. This is becoming increasingly relevant today. And this task to educate young people in this sphere as well, it is becoming increasingly relevant too. We see here a crossroads of sorts of educational, scientific, and other elements. This therapy helps to form communicative skills and other soft skills, which enable young people to be better prepared to various contexts in later life, and also that helps to preserve their physical and mental health and emotional well-being and wellness. We can speak of the increase of role of art in educational institutions, and this is linked with art pedagogics as a phenomenon. Here we look at the forming of personal results, and that has to do with such tasks as educational socialization. What is clear is that there is a tendency to standardize various services, including the ones which touch upon possible use of the art potential. Unfortunately, their use in clinical and educational institutions today is not structurized, is not formalized. Often, this is at the specialist's own initiative. Various specialists work at different level of these spheres, and I have to point out that cultural education, cultural institutions' role is increasing, and they are conductors of sorts which help us adopt health saving approaches, and these cultural institutions are libraries, museums, and other institutions, and specialists from these institutions make use of art therapy methods increasingly. But still, all in all, their involvement is not enough yet, as we can see. Art in various forms can be used as a part of art pedagogical or art therapeutical approaches, and also in a wider context of everyday life too. We can speak of the necessity to neutralize certain pathogenic factors through the tasks of social models of art therapy. It deals with major tasks and tries to solve these tasks. Also, I would like to draw your attention to the environmental trend in the development of art therapy, and culture on the whole obviously has to do with the deterioration of overall ecological situation and the negative influence of the changing habitat. And these are changes to the worse, and they influence the health and well-being of young people, kids and adolescents in the negative way. I've already mentioned such innovation as education in the sphere of sustainable development. So putting these ideas forward in educational institutions, we can also deal with the tasks of preserving health. Ecological trend in art therapy has to do with the development of the so-called environmental or habitat art therapy. It tries to use the curing factors which have to do with the communication of human beings with their habitat. Lately, this is carried out through fundamental practical approaches. Ecopsychology, ecotherapy, these are ecological trends in medicine, and these are the conductors of new formats of treatment and prevention measures. It also has to do with socio-cultural environment. It forms certain skills, and it helps us integrate and interact with the use of these new skills. We see more measures being taken on the official level too. We're not only talking about mental health here, we're also referring to such spheres as education, art, science, etc. We see the environmental trend being developed, and it influences cultural aspect too. Environmental movement is also highly relevant here too. It changes the perception of how people relate to the habitat and to environment. There are two aspects here: the relation to environment and also self-perception of human beings. Next trend is digital art therapy. So environmental trend and digital trend create new opportunities for fulfilling the health preserving potential. We can also use new formats of art. For example, digital art, so-called digital art, environmental, ecological art. All of this can be integrated as a part of present-day art therapy and art pedagogy model. This can be used for clinical purposes and for educational purposes. To conclude, I'd like to point out that we have a wide variety of opportunities here. We can use the wide range of resources of um, culture, and we can use them in a new way thanks to digital technology, thanks to virtual environments, which are being increasingly actively used just now, and they are implemented into the everyday work of various kinds of specialists. So still the work of specialists in mental health has now more to do with the use of these new technologies. The spectrum is really wide, and let's think about how to actually implement these this wide variety of opportunities into our everyday practice. So working with present-day context requires us to understand the functioning of this environment, and we have to take into account various aspects of the way it operates. We have to understand how the what health preserving mechanisms can be used in a more active way at various stages of human development. So I believe with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. I hope that I'm okay with the with time. I believe now we have something like 5 minutes to have this brief Q&A session after each report. Alexander Ivanovich, I have a question. This is Evgenia Kisinyova from the Pushkin Museum speaking. Please tell us, do you have information on how digital art therapy can work with the issue of digital fatigue? Yes, there are applications, products. They find ways to deal with digital fatigue. So you can use digital and information communication technologies. You can use various means of recovery practices that have to do with meditation, with trainings. I can also think of mindfulness. So digital technologies promote mindfulness and well-being through the use of new high-tech devices. At the same time, they pay attention to giving a break in use of the devices that we use and maybe switch to some alternatives in passing time, and it has to do with meditation, with the development of relaxation, breathing practices, mindfulness, and I think it can also have to do with using certain activities and reminding about these activities can be done through digital devices. So users can use also alternative means of health preserving techniques. For example, we have digital photography at our disposal. We can take photographs of the living nature around us, and by doing that, relax. And this is a recuperative practice of sorts. You can also use sounds, audio stimuli, musical stimuli, and various means of engaging with art and culture. They are available online and in digital format. Thank you for your answer. Right. With this, I'm giving the floor over to you, Evgenia. Inclusion, creative and educational project for children and adolescents in the Pushkin State Museum of Fine Arts. I mentioned the fact that cultural institutions are a major player in dealing with art therapy.
These initiatives are especially successfully done in a number of cultural institutions in St. Petersburg and in Moscow. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much for your talk. Thank you very much for your introduction. I would like to share my screen, please. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at the third Congress of Mental Health. It's a fascinating program. It's a wide array of issues that are being covered. My talk is devoted to the programs for children and adolescents with special needs and including them into culture and art. And I have chosen the cover photo from the performance play where professional dancers and adolescents with the Down syndrome created the social performance that happened during a normal workday. And museum visitors just noticed that some interaction began and that there was some dancing without music. So young people and adolescents with the Down syndrome lined against the red tape. Red tape is in a way a symbol of museums. You know, don't touch anything, don't eat, don't drink, don't do anything unexpected. Museum regulates behavior at exhibitions very, very rigidly. So this performance was a reflection on how society separates neurotypical people from people with special needs and does not let them cross this red tape line. So projects like this, when conducted in a museum, can be categorized into three categories. So there are environmental projects aimed at creating a friendly environment, service projects, when we create all sorts of programs and events for people with specific pathologies, and creative projects that raise certain issues and help us lead a social dialogue on the acceptance of various needs and various disabilities. Because we all know that a big problem of the inclusive programs is the lack of willingness of neurotypical children and their parents to accept and see special needs children right next to them. So this unwillingness to accept a difference is something the Pushkin Museum works with a lot in a great number of its projects. We started working with people with disability a long time ago, but children and adults. And in the middle of the 20th century and at the end of the 20th century, WHO, World Health Organization, invited all sorts of children to come for a museum tour. And we have deaf and hard of hearing children visiting us on museum tours. And in 2016, we founded a program and a working group called Accessible Museum, where we began using research materials and our own experience to develop the trends and to develop research that now exists in the social and cultural field. We are a cultural institutions. We deal in research, interpretation of the social layer that Alexander just talked about. And in 2006, Museum Center became part of the museum. There are studios led by Maria Kovalenko, Svetlana Kochetkova, and Maria Dritnina. And before 2016, we mainly served the requests sent in by large foundations or large organizations. And now we're also serving individual visitors. So we create museum tours for blind children. So, for instance, 5 children with their parents, 5 blind children come to the museum from different regions of Moscow. So they are able to be regular visitors of the museum. They don't have to be constantly guided. They don't have to be in the role of somebody who is being taken care for, somebody being made choices for, but they can choose a tour they want to hear, the program they want to be involved in, and experience the museum visit. So we work in the following areas. We have groups for deaf and hard of hearing children, for hearing children of deaf parents. They are children with no disability, but as they are living in a non-verbal environment, they have certain traits of socialization. And we have programs for a family experience, a family museum experience for deaf children and a hearing child, and they can visit an event with that is being translated into sign language. We also work with blind and visually impaired children. Also, we work with children who are being treated in oncological centers. We understand the traumatic experience that these children and their parents are suffering through. So it is a way for them to concentrate on art objects, on the history, on some neutral topic that would distract the child and their parents from the problems that the family is facing at the moment. We also work with children and adolescents from drug-addicted families. We work with boarding houses and correctional schools. We also work with vocational education for young, talented children interested in visual arts. We help them throughout not just their childhood, but also in their adulthood. And we help them achieve professional recognition. So what are the principles that we follow? The involvement of our participants into the program and the ability to influence the program itself. So that's the feedback that has been mentioned so many times today. So all of the programs for people with special needs undergo an approbation with people with the relevant experience. So we have, for example, blind experts who help us select the haptic model, and we discuss the museum route with them and the issues and the topics raised. Also, the ability to make your own choice is a very important principle for us. So we are trying to leave behind the model when a charity organization puts a lot of people into a bus and takes them somewhere to the museum or to the zoo. So it is very, very important for us that the child is aware and mindful of what they see. So the children who are not very much interested in art can go on a general tour where they get general information about the museum's collection. So here are the impressionists, here's the ancient world, something like this. This is enough for general education purposes. Talented children and children who are enthusiastic about art can take a more advanced program and take classes with the same teacher in the same room with the same group of other children, where the environment is calm and they are able to discover their artistic potential. We also find it very important to provide a possibility for independent perception. So we do not just provide a sign language commentary and verbal descriptions, but we also use haptic programs for visually impaired children and also for children with special needs for whom haptic experience is very important. We also have haptic classrooms where we use touch and multisensory perception of special teaching reliefs from our collection so that the child can combine visual and tactile information to create their own opinion of what they're being told. Another very important part is the preparation for the museum visit. The Pushkin Museum is a historic building, and it's not very easy in terms of sensory load. The floor is vibrating from the nearby subway, the lighting is sometimes very contrasting in different rooms, and for many children, for example, for children with autism, this is a very serious barrier. And when children encounter a risk like that, they demonstrate undesirable behavior. So we created a series of videos called The Time Machine, and we sent them out to groups who are planning their first visit to the museum so that the children can see the museum halls in advance, so that they would have a visual idea of what they look like, so that they would be familiar to them when they're there, and that would make the museum experience much quieter. We also use the digital media in order to maintain contact with our visitors over a long distance, so that we can serve children from schools from outside of Moscow. And so that the children do not forget the material they encountered in the museum, we conduct online classes and creative classes as well, so as not to lose touch with the children, so that they would not forget completely everything they saw, say, 6 months ago when they first visited the museum. We also try to integrate special needs events into every museum program. So if we have a program called Let's Draw Together, we also have an inclusive component there. And my colleagues and I always talk about whether this inclusion is segregation. My museum colleagues are telling me that, well, we've worked with children 20 years ago. There were children who were different, and they were in the same group. So that's real inclusion. So we do not insist on this. Our goal right now is to give a choice. So the children and the parents who want to come into a regular group can come into the regular group. But the children who need more help and extra support and adapted tours, so we have shorter tours, we have haptic tours, we have tours with incorporated drawing. So the families can pick a program that they find more suitable to them. So here's my contact information, and please bring your friends. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Evgeny. The Pushkin Museum is very well known to me and to everyone present here. It's one of the centers of development of the health-preserving technologies, and it also uses its potential as a cultural institution. So are there any questions? We have several minutes to have them answered. Can I ask a question, Evgeny? So it's very interesting about the programs. So how do you see a brilliant outcome? So what do you see as your outcome? You know, we really, of course, it is desirable that everything could be measured and translated into the language of numbers, but however, it's not always possible. So, for example, when there is a huge tour for disabled children, this looks like a much more significant outcome than when you have just one mother from outside of Moscow with her disabled child. So we use feedback as our main measure of outcome. We have focus groups, we work with parents associations, and many parents of children with autism and the Association of the Deaf, they give us very much detailed information about what they liked and what they didn't like. So we are constantly interacting with them. And of course, the retention rate is a very good measurable outcome. But we don't want to use this as our main measure because some visitors are very fragile, and for them, one visit per year is a very serious load. But still, we continue our programs and we give tours to one person. So if this person is there, they're going to have that tour because we understand that for a long time, people with disabilities suffered from isolation. And now inclusive practices are developing very rapidly, but we cannot cover 100 years of history within 10 years. It does require a lot more time. So we are not only guided by the numbers, but by regular personal emotional feedback. Thank you very much. So the reason I'm asking is because we are working with mindfulness practices, and for us all the time it's a red flag to understand what the outcome of our work is. So thank you very much for your answer. Evgenia, can you give us any examples of a more professional approach where multidisciplinary experts would take part in the program and not just museum experts, maybe psychologists, mental health professionals who would provide their professional support to your program and maybe structuring some components of the program. Psychologists, psychotherapists, art therapists. Yes, of course. We interact with a lot of institutions. And for example, there's one example about the sensory safety map that we created in 2017. It was the first experience of this kind in a Russian museum. So the trigger for creating this document was the fact that people with autism are one of the types of audience that were served by our tour office most reluctantly. So there was just one person, Marina Dresnina, who worked with groups like that. The other 700 museum staff refused to work with this type of visitors, and there would be whispers when a group like that was expected. So we created a series of training workshops for our staff about how to react when people are not meeting your eye, when they're looking somewhere else, when it feels like nobody's listening to you. Because the main thing you have to overcome is the tour guide's frustration so that this barrier disappears. And we also assessed sensory risks of the building. It took us 3 months, and we conducted an audit involving psychologists, neuroscientists, parents, people with autism, about 30 people all in all. And they walked through every hall and gallery of the museum and the Gallery of the Art of the Americas. And they described every irritant and stimulus and every risk. And we realized we do not have a neutral space. We have brightly colored walls. We have a bright glass. We have vibration from the nearby subway. We have humidity control sensors that create a noise. We have lamps that create a noise, and this is all very scary for the person with autism. So every space was related to some sort of risk. So we tried to find more neutral areas close to the entrance where you could stay, touch something, and that were not very crowded. And when we have a group coming in for the first time, they can feel well in that type of space. So this is an example of cooperating with various experts. We also respond to invitations from other institutions. So for example, if a teacher or a researcher wants to bring their group, we have conducted over 300 inclusive events within the past year, in addition to the adapted exhibitions carried out throughout the year. So if you have any ideas of cooperation, we'll be very happy to work with you.
So over to Timur Jabarov. The use of mindfulness practices and other humanitarian technologies and practices for the purpose of professional self-determination and preservation of mental health of adolescents. Over to you, Timur. Thank you, friends. I'm very grateful for this invitation. This is a surprise. Can you see my screen? Yes, great. In a nutshell, my team deals with mindfulness practices. We use other humanitarian technologies too. The key group we work with is the support in decision making for adolescents in a number of contexts. So we also do that in other contexts, in family contexts. That's where you have to make choices too. Several years ago, we faced the following situation, the structure of mindfulness. When you say mindfulness can mean various things in various contexts, and it's hard to use just one definition of mindfulness when we try to popularize mindfulness. So together with World Skills Russia, we decided to support the efforts of people working with adolescents in Russia, and we tried to help them making choice when switching from school to college so that they would do it in a more mindful way. That was the starting point. The initial idea was to do that. The thing is, what we saw is that, so just brief history here, brief overview. What we started with when people, teachers and educational specialists, when they talk about these mindfulness technologies or other technologies, when they talk about technologies, they basically think about digital technologies or some high-tech technologies. But we are in humanitarian technologies, still technologies, but humanitarians. So not high-tech, but high-hum. And it has to do with people directly. You develop means of production. This means of production has potential. It can become a tool of production. So as soon as this potential is developing, and that changes the humanitarian technologies, culture of development changes, and it turns into constraint on development. So the technologies that we witness live today, the arrival of internet and other technologies, it influences the way people interact with each other and what is norm in human interaction with each other. So what happens in the world today? Let's look. As for these new technologies, as far as they are concerned. So the goals of sustainable development is a way of cooperation on the international level, but interpersonal communications now are in the field of everyday communications between people, and I think the stage of development is unprecedented. What I like is that it is reflected not just in some brief, narrow fields, but it now influences legislature. And PISA and PEARLS are now used as guidelines for school curricula. And it turns out that these guidelines are now being rethought. And so there are 4 major ways of literacy: readers literacy. Well, you can read in various ways. You can set different goals for reading in IT or informational literacy, mathematical literacy, and digital literacy. So information literacy is the way you can deal with information of various kinds. Adolescents feel at ease when dealing with this type of literacy most of the time. And digital literacy, it's not about figuring out how PowerPoint works, but to be able to set up digital infrastructure which helps you function in a number of spheres in a safe context. What's interesting is that the basis for each kind of literacy is the idea of attention management. It's the reader literacy, again, boils down to attention management. And attention is needed for each category of literacy, be that mathematical, informational, or digital literacy. So it's quite amazing that mindfulness and attention management, this turns into a task which is common knowledge. Everybody needs that. And so this was entry point for us. What is being referred to as mindfulness in various contexts? So the definitions of mindfulness vary greatly, starting from the very idea of mindfulness. You can find it in cultural and historic and religious texts, starting from Sufism to more modern texts, and these are the ones we're more interested in. Mindfulness is what neuroscience is busy with, neurosciences. And we understand that people understand several concepts under mindfulness, and these concepts are linked to maintaining attention, the ability to analyze the processes that are happening, also the ability to switch from one pattern to another. So thinking about the current situation around you. And so we found a barrier here, and we decided to do research regarding this barrier. So too many terms, and in the end, we see that this variety of terms and variety of definitions is a barrier, turns into a barrier. And we set ourselves a goal to simplify this field of definition, to find a formula. On the one hand, it will be a simplification, cutting off certain aspects of mindfulness, but at the same time, the core idea of mindfulness will be preserved. Therefore, I would really want to move on to the next slide. I'll be ready to share this PowerPoint presentation. I can definitely share it with you if you're interested. So the idea of mindfulness can consist of three aspects: the process of learning yourself, getting to know yourself and the world around you. The result of this process of getting to know yourself and the world around you, and the skill which forms as a result of mindfulness practice process. These are the three aspects. Right. How do we know that this is really happening? If I'm flexing my muscles, if it's biceps, I know where to look to understand that the muscle is being developed. I look at it, I see that it's growing. As for mindfulness, it's not so clear, it's not so easy to see. Am I mindful now or not? And that was our second approach, second task that we've set ourselves. In what ways do people describe mindfulness? So meta skill, meta competence, we can't really look at human perception from outside. We can only do that from within. So what we can have at our disposal is the description, the way people describe their experience themselves. And so the skill here is this ability to describe what's happening. And being open is one factor. Another factor is the lack of impulsive reaction. In other words, this ability to separate stimulus from reaction. Then watching your experience and analyzing, understanding your actions, describing and accepting is another attribute of mindfulness. So each of these aspects can be used to oversee your own development, and they can be used as markers, helping us to oversee the development of other people. And this practice might include meditation or another practice, and I can see how these practices influence those around me. I can use these attributes to measure up the changes. Next question is, why bother? Why should we talk about it at all? Why is mindfulness so big, so important? This is yet another meta skill. There are so many of them. So why mindfulness is more important than other skills? I don't really have a clear-cut answer, but I can say several things. In these last few years, we've worked with several thousand adolescents, and we discussed such issues as self-determination, what to do next, how to move on with their career. And what we saw time and again, we saw one and the same root problem, which was at the basis of various symptoms. Symptoms were different, but the structure at the core was the same. A 14, 15, 16, 20-year-old person was in the situation of having to make a choice and inability to make that choice due to a number of reasons. First, too high responsibility here. So the scales that you have to be dealing with are too big to deal with. Fear of not achieving success in life. So actually, this particular decision, this particular choice is not much different from other choices people have to make in life, but yet these adolescents are not ready to carry this weight. So instruments of supporting self-determination, which are being used systematically here, they actually have a different meaning. So the basic idea of professional support, professional orientation, this practice, the practice of support with professional determination, it uses the idea that, first of all, there is a landscape of options, and we are to help figure out what skills are there, and using these skills to find your place in the landscape that we see around you. So that helps to choose that landscape. But if there is a change, then we don't really know how to deal with that any further. Our idea is that there is a limitless amount of choices like that. It's very hard to define what the present day landscape is. So what can you use as supporting points? Those things which are inside yourselves. In order to think in these categories, we have to admit that attention is something that can be managed, and this management should be turned inside yourselves. So the conclusion I'd like to share with you, and that is a conclusion which we had for adolescents and also for the grown-ups working with adolescents. So the steps of this route are this. The first stage is when attention is not being used as a tool. It is a separate notion, and reactions have more to do with reflexes, and switching attention is not a skill yet. Okay, second step is when little by little a person understands that attention is just like a muscle which you can flex, you can develop. And so the next major event is the ability to include not only yourself into the system, but other elements as well. The question is, what is to be developed? Judging by the feedback received by our teachers, we understood that there is a number of aspects we have to rethink when developing mindfulness in others. Our idea was that without living teacher who is actually present in the same space, it is really hard to develop the skill. It's not quite possible to provide feedback from a certain distance. The second idea is that the development of mindfulness is only possible if the teacher has been developing the skill of mindfulness for quite some time. The third idea is it is important to find the necessary language so that the adolescents could understand what is it that we're talking about here without having the experience that we're talking about yet. The fourth thing is it's important to understand the results, what mindfulness will bring to their lives in practical sense. Simple exercises and regular practice. If you take into account these 6 elements, teachers could actually manage to launch the gradual process of adolescence development. To sum up, why is it that we think that mindfulness is important for self-determination? This ability to manage your own attention is at the basis of what we call good choice, good decision. If a person hasn't detected this skill, actually the skill is immanent to everyone, but every neurotypical person has it. So most people count on luck or the circumstances to get to the result they want. But depending on how mindful you are, how attentive you are to factors which influence you and how you react to these factors influencing you, if you're mindful of them, if you're attentive to them, in this case, you manage to make these choices in your lives. If you find this interesting, you can get acquainted with what we do in more detail. There's a long read, as we call it. We have it, and it describes what we do. These practices have to do with attributes influencing the development of mindfulness. And these practices are based on 2 things. They are practice-based. We have accumulated enough experience. And the second set of practices, these are science-based practices. They follow from certain scientific research. Right. I hope that was useful. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer your question. Timur, thank you very much. Questions? We don't really have much time for questions, actually. Right. You talked about the development of mindfulness as one of the dimensions of working with humanitarian technologies. It's clear that humanitarian technologies today are a vast field of innovation, which have to do not just with cognitive sphere, but with other spheres of personal development, emotional, sensible sense. But I think you basically talked about emotional intellect, the way it is treated today. Well, you did talk about cognitive sphere, and I believe emotional constituency is present, but your talk is a part of this panel devoted to the influence of culture on well-being of children and adolescents. Can you share your vision of how humanitarian technologies and mindfulness development practices, so how art can also be involved in this process, and whether the potential of art is prescribed in your program? Right. Thank you for this question. For me, the idea of culture is an all-encompassing term. So culture is everything that a mindful person sees around him or herself. That is culture. And in this sense, the idea of mindfulness and being attentive to your own skills and resources, it's a series of ideas which and memes which are very frequent in the world of adolescence. So music, TV shows, films, all of these dwell upon the mechanism of mindfulness, the way I see it. Maybe it's distorted. Yeah, it is distorted for sure, because I kind of see it from this perspective. So that's it. Culture is what this phenomenon is being reflected in. Yeah, that's what I think. So I think that it's an indispensable ingredient here. As for creative activities in our programs, we don't really use them. Probably it's beyond the toolbox that we have. But I know specialists for whom it is actually quite important to use art, and they integrate it into their sphere of work. It turns out that art and music, basically, it's all about being attentive, being mindful, and being able to manage your attention. So to me, these are interrelated notions: mindfulness and creativity. And in this sense, I think it's relevant when we talk about everyone. So that's my answer. Thank you. I have a question, if I may. Yes, sure. Judging by conclusions, the ideology is based on that we have good decision and we have to find it. We only have to find. But what is a good decision? We see in major international organizations, politicians make absurd decisions. How do we define a good decision? Thank you for this question. I was waiting for it, to be honest. In my world view, it's a oxymoron of sorts. When we studied it, so the decision which leads to self-development in the chosen field. If I see a certain goal and I am headed towards that goal, so the decisions which make me closer to that goal, they're good. If I make decisions that do not take me closer to that goal, are dubbed bad decisions. So in my worldview, decision is what moves a person into this situation of movement. I think every decision is actually better than a lack of decision, the way I see it. So the practice I'm talking about helps us foresee the kind of consequence that the decision might make. But I think for me, the key notions here are choice, decision, consequence, and responsibility. And now over to the next presenter.
Alexander Busset and Andrea Ponen will speak on theatre and mental health of children and adolescents. I think we can come back to some of the talks that have caused much response if we have time. So Alexander, Andre, the floor is yours. I'm trying to see Alexander. Do you want to share your screen?
Hello, everyone. thank you for having me with you, not there. I mean, it's absurd, I know. I wish I would be in Moscow with you right now, or elsewhere, for that matter, in Russia. But thank you for having us. Andre, I'm there. Even if you don't see me, I'm present. So you're supposed to, am I supposed to start or you are supposed to start?
Ну, ты уже начал, поэтому давай.
You already started, so go ahead.
Okay, so we're here to talk about theater. I'd like just to be clear about something. We are practicing theater as an art form, implying everyone in the production of this performing art. Personally, I make a distinction with art therapy as such and as drama therapy, for which there is an abundant literature, and I'm not a practicing psychologist, so I have no pretension in that field. So that should be clear, at least at first. I think, we think, Andre and I, that our adolescents right now live through a rough time. Children too. We know from mental health issues they have. And there is probably a lack of humanity, a lack of contact that we live as a society. And I tend to believe that there is also a problem with schools. That problem with schools is emphasized through internet. Our children don't seem to see why they should go to school because they can find the information anywhere they want. But then, of course, there is all the other reasons why one should go to school, but maybe the schools have to reinvent themselves. And that's where probably art and, of course, seen from my perspective, theater has a role to play because it's a contact between humans. And I would say in all its dimensions, cognitive and emotional. There is, aside from the effects, the technical aspects of theater we all know about, voice, briefing, movement, presence, and I would like to mention especially attentional control, or a form of mindfulness that is needed when you're an actor. We all know this. These are obvious results. Some people seem to think that the biggest effect of theater is an effect on language, but that's not what most studies show. And in most studies, we see cognitive development and emotional development through the practice of theater compared to, of course, groups of students who wouldn't have practiced theater. The most surprising thing for most of us was to discover through miscellaneous studies that the biggest cognitive outcome of theater practice is that children and older students are better in 2 subjects in the school curriculum. And usually here there's a little pause to allow you to think about what it could be. It is mathematics and history. And of course, there has been more advanced study about why. And the reason seems to point towards development of metacognitive abilities. So taking a perspective, another person's perspective, which plays a role in the understanding of history, and of course in mathematics, where metacognition is very important, an awareness, so to speak, of what is happening. Then that relates for a theater practitioner also to the development of an ability to observe yourself. Observe yourself, I would say, in situ. It's a reflexive praxis that you need actually to be able to perform, because you need to be able to see yourself practicing, see the effect of it, and be aware in the moment. So there is a very strong, like for all, I would say, performing arts, there is a very strong issue about attentional control and this ability of what we call sometimes a third eye, this ability to see your surroundings and yourself in action in the surroundings and correct your trajectory. According to emotional outcomes, we have very strong evidence about the building of solidarity in a group, the usefulness that students, especially adolescents, suddenly feel, traces of identity construction through socialization. Recent studies with adolescents show that this identity building, this ability to name who you are and be confident in your goals, is increased by theater practice. And all over, I would say, this transfer of agency, this idea that you can self-regulate yourself, that you are given empowerment, and this whatever your abilities are. Of course, our topic, and Andre, it will be your turn soon. Ta-da! Our topic is about children and adolescents, but it's a huge scope. Please, let's be aware that we're talking development, and we're talking about totally different zones of proximal development, according, of course, who they are, their abilities. But theater can bring something to, I think, everyone. What do you think about it, Andre?
Of course, it's a very broad spectrum of topics that we could have discussed today. And I really wanted to ask Timur about mindfulness, about what age he was talking about. Because mindfulness at 7 and mindfulness at 12, is it the same or are they different? And through what would you form and shape this mindfulness? And who is the mindful one? And in this regard, Alexander asked this question, in which arts you can shape this mindfulness. Alexander and I believe, that the most holistic approach in this sense is the art of theater. Because the art of theater touches upon a human integrity and it's all exhaustive in terms of body, in terms of the senses, in terms of the mind and the consciousness. So this is mindfulness through the whole. And another important aspect, to continue on what Evgenia had said, when we're talking about art, and we're talking about the art of theater in particular, are we talking about activity or action or consumption? Because a modern world, it's one of the stigmas of the modern world that we're all used to consuming. And the children and adolescents are taught to consume and to consume as much as possible and to be as efficient as possible while they're consuming, for financial reasons, of course. But when we're talking about mindfulness and awareness and human development, this development cannot happen outside of activity and action. And so, as far as I know, in museum practice, in the work of Marina Dresnina, she draws a lot with the children after they've seen something in the museum, because without personal participation, it is impossible to be mindful, to be aware. So this is perception through action. And it is important for the child and the adolescent to become aware of this, of themselves. And in theater, this is a continuous process. It is very important, and we believe that theater education is one of the most important humanistic approaches to the education of the modern human. As ever, but especially today, during the age of digitalization, this interpersonal communication, this interpersonal relationship with partners on stage and with your spectators is a very important aspect that has to be emphasized in theater. This is what makes a human human. And theater does not just shape the person, but it also shapes the society. Theater acts as a socializing factor on the one hand, and on the other hand, it shapes a specific community. And I work in theater with people with special needs. And community is being shaped through theater. We shape the community of people with mental disability. And we know that in Moscow there is a very famous Nedoslov theater that has done a lot for creating the culture of the deaf community. And in this sense, theater becomes the cornerstone for the development and for this all-important mental health. But I would like to go back to what Alexander had said, and I would like to ask Alexander about what is bad in theater. Tomorrow we are taking part in the symposium on what is theater, poison or medicine, because there are lots of negative aspects to theater. There's alcoholism, there's drug addiction, there's suicide rate, if we're talking about the professional theatrical community. So, Alexander, would you like to clarify on that?
Thank you for giving me the hot potato, Andre. You're so lovely. So I would like to come back to something that we forget, and you mentioned that, Andre. It's Václav Havel who said that theater is one of the last places where there is contact from a human to other humans. So let's never forget that theater, all forms of art actually, but theater I think a little bit more than the others, just defending who we are, that theater is one of these rare places where a human being is considered as a whole person in interaction with all the others, and is feeling, and I think that's what makes good theater, is feeling that she or he is absolutely needed like all the others. Theater is the utmost school of solidarity if it is well done. So what is bad theater, Andre? Andre, bad theater is a theater that aims only at the art form, despising the actors. And yes, we're not practicing, and mentioned that, we're not practicing art therapy, but we're practicing with or people with disabilities or with living actors who are real person, or with children or with adolescents. So it is important to put the actor as a creator, as to give him or her this consciousness of achievement, and not make of the actor just a pawn that you place in a place or another. I've seen theater placed in schools that were a catastrophe. So theater is not good per se. It depends on how it's done. If a director starts to use the small actors as little puppets, well, it's a catastrophe, because you are really, you could really do a lot of psychological damage. So there's maybe some rules, and Andre, you'll tell me, I think from our talkings that you use a little bit the same principles. One of the big principles, and I think we go against some forms of therapy in that, is that the role, the character you play is not yourself. And it's very important that the child, the adolescent, or any actor actually realizes that there is no identity between the character you incarnate and yourself. Of course, actors should be creators. That means that you don't use usually direct instructions. We use in theater usually indirect instructions, which is very important, which leaves a certain degree of interpretation by the actor. And by the way, this is contrary to some practices of some very well-known directors in the theater world. There is a rule that your playing partner should be listened to. You listen to the proposal of the other actor. And this is something very hard to learn when you're a young actor, but it's essential, and it should be essential in society. Listen to the other one. By the way, on the internet, it's a catastrophe. No one listens to anyone, and everybody expresses everything. So it's the emergence on internet of the internal speech. Everybody thinks that they talk about the same thing, but they don't. Theater is the opposite. You negotiate a meaning, and you negotiate a meaning with an audience, because what is also important is that the actors take into account the fact that it's going to be a real performance, that there is going to be an audience, and that what they think is maybe not what the audience is going to imagine. So, in one word, I would say it shouldn't be about the director's vision. It should be about the fulfillment, about the development of the actors taking part in this beautiful thing that is theater, because it's an example of humanity. And we meant to be living in solidarity and living together. And theater is a school for that, I think.
И продолжая твою мысль,
I would like to develop your thought and say that contemporary theater implies a lot of contemporary forms of theater activities. So when we're saying theater, we have to give a good definition of what theater we're talking about. So it's not the Bolshoi Theater, it's not the Moscow Art Theater, it's not the Globe. It's a variety of contemporary techniques. Horizontal theater has been fashionable lately, a theater without a director, or a citizen theater when the actors are not professionals, but they come on stage and they talk about the topics that are relevant to them and they want to be seen. And this is a very important type of theater for marginalized groups, when they can come on stage and they become visible through that, if we talk in psychotherapeutic terms. And being visible is a huge part of integrity and support and of elevation of the person. So what theater forms do we choose for which age, for which group of children or adolescents, or children with special needs? Which special needs? All of these are very important issues. And I will give you several examples from our Russian experience. There is a very well-known theater in the boarding school for deaf children in Nizhny Novgorod, led by Vladimir Chekyshev. He transformed the whole structure of the school through his theater class. It's the Hooligan Workshop by Larisa Afanasieva, the Uppsala Circus. She works with street children through theater education and circus education. She makes it possible for them to experience extreme states that they look for in those marginal environments that they come from. It's Forum Theater by Yulia Shevelova, who's presenting tomorrow. It's August Boal Forum that has been transformed into work with children and adolescents. And children and adolescents are offered to come into a previously prepared performance where a complex situation of something like bullying is being played out, or it could be something related to AIDS or something like that. And so the children come in and try to change the plot of the performance. So that involves the action of the person and the attempt to change something inside this world. So there are very, very different forms that work with different age groups and different types of environment. And I believe it is very important to talk about theaters like that. And there is a festival, I think, in Group 9 or Group 10, and we try to combine all sorts of forms of theater to show them as an example of how you can work with different groups of people and how important it is to work through theater in our modern world. I think our 20 minutes are up. Alexander, do you want to add anything?
You said it all. I think we should just be confident about the potential of the people we're working with, and that it's trusting. I have a personal quest these days because I'm retired, actually. I think our world is aiming at solving problems for 1% of problematic person. I'm not saying that only 1% has mental issues, that I'm not talking about mental issues, but really problematic person. 99% of people are good people willing to be better. Maybe they suffer from a pathology, it doesn't really matter, but we can help them, we can go forward. And it's trusting children, trusting adolescents, trusting everyone. And I'd like to end on this because it's by trust and respect that we can help people develop themselves as a whole, as complete human beings. It's acceptancy. And I've worked with children 4 years old, and they've created their own play. They've written it. Well, they didn't write it, but they've told us what to write. But it is possible. Everything is possible. So let's be confident in humanity. Thank you.
Ну что, спасибо, Александр и Андрей. У нас остался...
Thank you very much, Alexander and Andrei. We have some time for questions from your very attentive audience. I couldn't hear the translation, but I hope that people understood Alexander. Alexander, do you speak Russian? I could think that I could see that you understood Andrei.
No, he was being translated. I understand a little bit of Russian, little bit. Чуть-чуть.
I understood, Alexander, that you are quite skeptical about computers and working dramatically at a distance, at a distance format, and you believe that only immediate human contact on the stage, in real life, can bring those effects that you are striving for. Am I right?
I don't think that. I think we can achieve a lot of things at a distance using the same principles. And I think Andre has done beautiful work through the pandemic, being able to, through online work, yes, create almost the atmosphere totally of theater. So it is possible. But I am very skeptical about the result of online living. Yesterday, I was at the Congress in St. Petersburg, I mean, virtually. And we were talking about the effects of online teaching, online learning, online interaction, online work. And the picture is not beautiful for mental health, and not even for the results. In itself, it has advantages, but we are not really taking into account that we're biological beings, emotional beings. There is a lot of cognition or then just affect that jumps to the face of everyone on internet and online connections. But there is an example. I mean, I've watched a lot of teachers teach. Usually when they teach, they don't teach. They always, like we are now, you just see their face and you just interact with faces. If you interact with faces, like half of our audience is Black. When you teach nowadays, most people don't switch on their cameras. And then you ask some student, could you please open your cameras so we can interact? Oh, I can't right now, I'm doing something else. What? No, so there is a way to use online work, but taking into account that we have to be as close as possible as who we are as human beings, not just little pictures and restrained exchanges.
Спасибо. Thank you.
Thank you.
Да, пожалуйста. Тимур.
Я хотел бы воспользоваться временем для вопроса, для того, чтобы
I wanted to use. I'm sorry, I can't hear what he's saying because of, I think, the vacuum cleaner. In my worldview, the question that you asked of me, it is a very complicated question about the person who makes decision. It's this philosophical layer that we need to approach. It's like you have to walk up a ladder.
So I understand these are different structures, and some people say there are ways to work with adult people only once you achieve a certain level, like 24 years of age. But I think just as with theater, there are some convictions that, so we try to help a person to develop, to turn into someone, and if we understand in which direction that person is to develop, it doesn't really matter what age that person is, you can find tools to work with that person. So search for tools. The basic principle for this search is that we try to find answers in that person first and foremost. As for theater, I'm so happy to hear that theater is a practice which supports humanity and human beings. I'm so happy to hear that because I'm a great fan of theater, and thank you for saying that. Okay, will that be the answer, or yeah? No, that was not really a question. That was just a comment. Yeah. Still, I'd like to point out that we don't really have much time, so as
Oh,
leave enough time for our final
competition,
presenter.
material world.
Воспользоваться несколькими секундами, пожалуйста.
Alexander, I just would like to say something in relation to what Timur just said. Neurologically, things are a little bit clearer now about mindfulness. Some see a link with attentional control, and the decision-making process is not under our control. So what you're trying to do, if I take neurological research, is more like making people aware of the decision that they have already taken in their, I'm going to use an old term, unconscious brain. So your brain makes decision before you know. This is a very funny research, actually, that showed that the first time. But I think we should go further than this. By attentional control, by mindfulness, you at the same time reflect on who you really are and what you really want. And maybe art forms are a very good way indeed to get towards that. And I think they're even the key if you're not going into yoga and meditation forms, which are fine. But art allows about the same result. Understand yourself. I'm not doing philosophy here, but...
Ну что ж, спасибо большое. Давайте продолжать, и я предоставлю слово.
Thank you. Let's continue. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Valery Krasnov, who is going to deliver a speech on psychosocial pathomorphoses. Over to you, Valery. Thank you. Right. Can you hear me? We can't really see. Well, I only have limited time, but I'll try to go ahead with the key idea. My material, it's purely clinical, psychosocial pathomorphosis of depressions. So clear what depression is. One of the key problems in present day medical practice, and the key idea carried by humanity, among other. So ahead with along cardiovascular diseases, ahead of oncology, it is one of the prevalent diseases, and this problem is growing. Humanity has become less resistant to the issues and threats. It used to cope with these issues and threats, not anymore. We can talk about genetics, but these biological factors, they are always interacting with the environment, which can serve as a trigger, launching these factors, launching the conditions such as depression. My material is a comparison of data. I received these stats when I was working on my doctoral thesis back in the 1980s. Well, you have to live long in Russia to understand things. So I compare those results, which I got in the 80s, with the situation collected in the period 2014-2020. In my practice, of clinical work, I began to notice a little while ago that patients cannot, so in all other parameters, the conditions are similar. Paraclinical methods of analysis indicate that every other parameter, biological parameters, which are elements of depression, And these conditions are somatic symptoms, dominant anguish effect, anxiety, energy, other symptoms, symptom as perceived as physical pain or feeling of emptiness or burning feeling in chest. Well, these are all symptoms of classic depression. They remain the same. Nature has not changed over the centuries and millennia. What constitutes the anxiety which accompanies this process is the reduction in it's the prevalent condition of self-accusation, classic symptom. It has been described, it's repetitive, it's frequent. Well, this symptom has begun to vanish from, well, this self-blame symptom, the feeling of feeling loss. It is, well, and Judonia, the symptom of loss of pleasure, well, those practices used to bring pleasure. This is something that we don't see anymore. Okay, I'll get back to this. So the first group, okay, roughly 100 patients in both groups from the 1980s and from 2014. Gender distribution, again, pretty much the same. Educational level, very similar. Education not worse than it used to be back in the 80s. But patients can't tell about their grief, about their pain, but they cannot really talk about it. They cannot say. They use formulas which they borrow from internet. Our job basically, well, we have to listen. This is the essence of what we do. We listen to patients, we listen to their explanation, their way they see the situation. Sometimes we introduce corrections, but we do that in a very delicate way, so as not to undermine trust. Turns out that patients read classical literature less, with all its nuances, with all the feelings, emotional nuances, emotional peculiarities, reactions to different events. They lose the ability to reflect. And that results in difficulties for us clinical psychiatrists to evaluate the condition in a proper way, not just to choose proper medical therapy, but also to choose other means of therapy, including art therapy. And it used to be one of the methods back in the 19th century in the best hospitals and clinics in Russia back in the 19th century. They used to have art studios. They couldn't really use medication back then. So theater, concerts, that was an element of therapy back in the day. Actors and actresses from Moscow Art Theater, the famous theater, would go to various institutions in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Anton Chekhov, Leo Tolstoy visited psychiatric institutions and expressed interest in the condition of its patients. I'm not talking about the late Soviet times. I believe this period requires special explanation. Patients' rights were violated in the Soviet times. So that is a very special talk here, very special issue. And it depended not on medical institutions, but on the predisposition of authorities. Back to my material, what I was saying, energy, lack of vigor, this is a loss of appetite. All of these, well, these symptoms stayed the same. Motivation stayed the same. But ideational phenomenon of self-blame, and sometimes there may be no clear reason for that, no clear subject. They are now dim. They're not really present they're not really present in illness description chart. So here is a graph which indicates the conditions which were found, generally speaking, back in the 80s, and the red line is what we see now. Biological characteristics 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, fluctuations throughout the day. When depression is typically felt in the first half of the day, this is a typical thing. Everything is the same. Self-blame, the idea of helplessness, the idea of not being worthy enough, low self-value, the idea of self-blame. Again, we did detect that we dealt with fewer cases of these phenomena, as I think, and I think it is justified to think like that. I think this reflects the shift in suicidal risks, which can be attributed to this change. Back in 1985, for example, the suicidal risk was very high, 31%, 31 per 100,000 persons. It was still higher back in the 90s, but that was a very special period. And then we saw the reduction in this risk, the tendency. This tendency reflected this shift, the shift which we witness in the population of Russia. It is what we witness in the resilience that they show. And so the risk was lowering down all the way to 11, but anhedonia is the same. The level of that remained the same. Hypochondriac ideas, we see them being realized more fully in present day. Ideation is becoming more prevalent in present day situation. So blue, what we used to have in the past, see the contrasts are evident here. So the interpretation I tried to give to these results at the end of last century, there was this hypothesis. We still are discussing it. A lot of people don't agree with this idea. So the idea of Sapir and Whorf, the idea of linguistic domination and linguistic relativity, they studied American First Nation, and their argument is that the structure of language defines the structure of thinking. It defines in an indirect way the way of learning things and learning facts about the world. In our practice, we try to find partnership relations with patients. We try to address the personality, the preserved aspects of personality in our patients. And such great scholars as Sergei Korsakov and Vladimir Bekhterev, even before the revolution, used to write about this. We try to use the great school of Soviet psychologists such as Lev Vygotsky and his theory of psychological development. We use that as well. And the idea of the great specialist in culture, Bakhtin, there are lots of ideas. Ideology of thinking. It's not really formed all by itself. Cognition is formed as a form of dialogue, a dialogue with the world, with others. And so this dialogue, this is what is lacking right now. Social networks consume time, and we're talking first and foremost about youngsters here, the age bracket from 21 to 30. So the damage, lack of means to describe your grief and pain, it is evident. They don't go to theater, they don't go to art exhibitions, concerts, and this results in their the lack of lexical ability. Their vocabulary is very small. I'll say something which sounds very dramatic. Well, I've been dealing with adults, with young adults, but we have to look into the future. Adolescents get more and more immersed into social networks, the media, and I'm not just talking about internet here. They make them look at life in this hedonistic fashion. They live to get pleasure, whereas in the past, people would strive more to achieve some results, to getting, they would strive to getting knowledge. Well, pleasure was there, but it was accompanied by understanding the importance of labor, not just or creative endeavors. And so, of course, parties were also back then, but the situation now is different. Thank you for your attention. Well, this was the last report in this panel session. I think we can discuss it very briefly, maybe ask some questions, and then probably move on to summarizing this panel. Colleagues, do you happen to have questions? I'll bet very briefly, because in 15 minutes, there will be the next part of this panel. I think we only have something like 5 minutes. I have a small question here. Thank you very much, Valery Nikolaevich. This is a very interesting report, and well, we are specialists in very different areas. I'd like to ask something that I really wanted to know for quite some time. So this conflict of sorts between social and clinical approaches, and people who work in a social cultural institution, we always are preoccupied with trying to understand whether everything is okay with our approach from medical point of view. I'm always afraid to hear things like people with mental disability, and I would like to ask the specialists who are here right now, medical doctors, is there something new coming from social sphere which are not contrary to what science says? So mindfulness does influence what medical science believes as far as psychiatric science is concerned. Yeah, you mentioned some clinical categories. Well, humanity still has to deal with such dangers as mental disorders, for example. The entire society, not just us, we have to come up with respectful attitude to these patients. Sometimes we can't deny the fact that somebody is in or having mental condition. Some people believe that we cannot ascribe this or other disease to some people who actually have this disease. Our goal is not to give out diagnoses, but our goal is to help them live in a more respected way. We have to avoid stigma. Stigma still is something which influences the image of psychiatry in a bad way. Of the last decade of the Soviet era, we started losing the communist tradition and almost spoiled our reputation. Our reputation in the international community is actually quite good. We discuss common issues inside this international community. It's important to take all possible measures, make every effort to detect these diseases at early stages, and we have to give patients a chance to make use of their good qualities. So patients with only light conditions take part in inclusive events, for instance, and when that happens, they come to life, they take part in common activities. I mentioned the Leontiev's theory of activity, not just his, it's actually a development of Vygotsky's theory, but he was the one who formulated this theory pertaining to peculiarities of personal features. And any kind of employment, any kind of work, arts and crafts, walks, telephone, it slows down intellectual degradation and degradation of memory. We have to use these methods more and more. Psychosocial therapy, we used to have this term psychosocial rehabilitation, but our great Soviet psychiatrist Dmitry Melekov, I actually happened to know him back in the day. So he turned it into the methodological basis of his work. Back then, opportunities were limited, so labor rehabilitation, rehabilitation through work, some patients back in the day, back in the 1940s and 1950s, they would return to professional labor, which they discontinued when they were diagnosed. We not only we prescribe pills or injections or other therapeutical medical means, we see a lot of cases which are resistant to a traditional medical therapy. We have to make use of other means. A lot of our patients are creative people, and we know history knows lots of cases when patients of psychiatrists contributed to the world culture. Just two words. I'm speaking on behalf of people who deal with art. In art, it's not really important whether a person is ill or not. So I'm really worried when people with Down syndrome or autistic people, as soon as we call them ill or sick, we begin to treat them, but we no longer deal with developing them as people through art, etc. So when we talk about art, I think we have to forget this kind of terminology, patient or healthy. We shouldn't really use this kind of terminology. But medical issues should be resolved in medical institutions, not in such venues as museums, theaters, but art therapy technologies can be used in psychiatric institutions.
Well, I have to say that I attend a lot of international congresses, and I haven't noticed anything like this in Russia in any cities or clinics. Patients at the early stage of Alzheimer's make short talks. They get help with those projects who supervise the preparation of those talks, but this is very inspirational to the client. This brings in a healing element that slows down the process of the disease, because biological processes are also very changeable. There are healing resources achieved not by the pharmaceutical means, but also by psychotherapy and support. Patients with Down syndrome are very often involved as technical personnel at congresses. They help out at coffee breaks. They are people just like us, and this is a very respectful attitude towards them that is appropriate for what they can do. I'm very sorry, but in 5 minutes, we're going to have the news session. So you can stay here or go to another room. I'm very grateful to everyone who presented today and for your participation in our discussion. Of course, we could have discussed a lot more, but we need to break for today. Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll see you here in 5 minutes.
Это Барбара. Hello. Hello, я вас вижу. I can see you.
Hello, yes, nice to see you.
Hello.
Good to be
Nice to meet you.
Yes, and we'll be looking forward to having you speak for us in February. Excellent event. You can participate.
Thank you.
Yes. I know, it's like we get to talk. I was going to put things in the chat, but we can talk until everybody comes back. Except I can't speak Russian very well. 2 words, and now it's all disappeared.
2 words is enough.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компании, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические и психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца.
I just wasn't sure the order.
Наталья, я, наверное, не буду говорить про то, что ты мне подарила этот мультфильм. Сейчас все услышат. Знаешь почему?
So I'm not going to say that you gave me this animated film because it took me 4 times to shorten my talk. And I'm last, so I'll probably have 5 minutes. So let's begin. So this is the session on the impact of art therapy and art pedagogy on the mental health of children and adolescents. So I'm afraid that some speakers will not show up. But it doesn't mean that we can relax. And I suggest that you time yourself well. You have 15 minutes for your talk so that you can leave some time for questions. So our first speaker is Natalia Nazarova, who will tell us about art therapy, history, modern condition, prospects for development. Let me open my presentation. I hope everyone can see my presentation. I will talk about art therapy, history, and modern condition, prospects for development as applies to children and our country. But I will use other examples as well. Very quickly, I will give a definition. Art therapy is a system of psychological and psychophysical therapeutic corrective interventions based on the creation of art by the client and building and developing therapeutic relationships. And art therapy can be used to treat and prevent various diseases, to correct impaired behavior and social maladjustment, to rehabilitate persons with mental and physical illnesses and psychosocial disabilities, to achieve a better quality of life and to develop human potential. The term art therapy is a huge umbrella term that covers the use of artistic expression for a multitude of purposes in a variety of places, and individual work with growth-oriented clients, to clarify the goals of short-term interventions in crisis centers, to review past life in elderly people's homes, to help clients with addiction, help clients on disability in psychiatric wards and day hospitals. Art therapy is developing trend in family therapy, and it's also part of many social service programs and shelters for the homeless, for victims of domestic violence, for the rehabilitation of newly discharged patients with mental illness in penitentiary institutions, and so on. Art therapy, although it is widely used in medical contexts, can also be applied in prevention, improving social skills, and overall development. So it can be useful and is useful in social work and rehabilitation projects and in educational institutions. I will very briefly cover the history of art therapy for children and teenagers. It is worth noting that the important role of play and visual media in child and adolescent psychotherapy was emphasized from its earliest days. And at the end of the 19th century, the decline of academic painting in Europe and the emergence of post-impressionism made it possible for the first time to compare the art of children with that of adults. Children's art was no longer regarded as raw, non-professional, but began to be regarded as a sensitive and expressive form of painting. The development of art therapy for children and the non-directive approach was significantly influenced by the ideas of the Austrian art educator Franz Zizek as early as the 19th century. He believed that every child had the potential for creative expression and encouraged children to use free expression. So he provided them with art supplies and supported their efforts, and they created freely. The teacher was supposed to create an atmosphere conducive to creative work, to establish a relationship of trust with the child, and to take children seriously by giving them love, security, and value. In Zizek's philosophy of teaching art, one can see clear parallels with the principles of non-directive art therapy practiced in Britain from the 1950s to the present day. American art therapists who worked with children and teenagers in the 1940s and 1950s, Margaret Naumburg, Edith Kramer, and others, based their work on a foundation of psychoanalysis. At around the same time, Victor Lowenfeld believed that the teaching of visual arts could not be separated from visual arts therapy and encouraged art teachers to use an approach that he called the therapeutic teaching of visual arts. Many of the founders of art therapy in Britain were teachers of visual arts and were, consciously or unconsciously, influenced by their own education in this area. And in 1940s, 1950s, it had evolved as a child-centered approach. So in the 1950s, in Western countries, art therapy branched off into several paths. Art therapy as a form of occupational therapy, in education, and art psychotherapy. Their proponents had different views on the content of art therapy, but at the same time, they sought unification and highlighted the common features that would distinguish art therapists from other professional groups. At the end of the 20th century, the profession continued developing, which led to the emergence of a professional identity, professional associations, and educational programs. And in the end, art therapy became an established profession in Great Britain, the Netherlands, and the United States. Since the beginning of the 21st century, art therapy has been integrating into healthcare. There has been extensive research in art therapy, and professional competencies have been expanded due to a shift towards evidence-based practice. Speaking of integrating art therapy into education, art therapists working in the education system contribute to the emotional and social development of children and adolescents. In the UK, for example, the Art Therapy in School service engages art therapists to work with children with emotional and behavioral disorders. The art therapist works in close cooperation with members of a multidisciplinary team, teachers, social workers, school psychologists, pediatrician, and parents or guardian of the child. According to Alexander Kapitin, the integration of art therapy into educational institutions in our country, rehabilitation centers, children's clinics, medical centers, would help to bring innovative health technologies to children and adolescents who need them. Art therapy provides for early identification of minors at risk of developing emotional and behavioral disorders, and they can then benefit from early intervention programs, while treatment and rehabilitation measures can become more effective. When we're talking about introducing art therapy into social work, rehabilitation projects, and especially educational institutions, we have to keep in mind that this should be done with the understanding of the fundamental contents of art therapy practice. Distorting its purposes and objectives, as well as replacing art therapy with professional activities not typical for it, should be avoided. To define the boundaries of art therapy in different areas, it is necessary to distinguish the profession of art therapist from other similar professions. In Great Britain, in the 1980s, the cooperation agreement between the British Association of Art Therapists and the National Union of Teachers was terminated in order to resolve the intra-professional conflict and to promote the integration of art therapists into the healthcare system. And this allowed to separate the domains of art education and art therapy and to delineate their differences. In our country, many experts keep using the words art therapy and art education as synonymous. Natalia Sergeyeva points out how important it is to distinguish between these two concepts, and she points out that many authors in our country still use them as synonyms. Her own position is based on the conviction that the term art education today has its own independent status and cannot be used as an equivalent or replacement of the term art therapy. At the same time, when talking of children with special needs, it's very important to understand that there are two ways to provide for their sociocultural development. That is art education, that is learning about cultural values and the study of fine art, and art therapy, where art is used for psychological correction. Therefore, most children with developmental disabilities need both a visual arts teacher and an art therapist, and one should not have to choose between them. Many authors note that art therapy has moved beyond the clinical domain and into educational institutions, and it is now finding its place in the education of the so-called regular children, where the emphasis is on self-expression, creative development, and personal growth, rather than only on alleviating an illness, which is sort of implied by the term therapy. So as not to mix therapeutic and educational components, they propose to use the concepts art method, art therapy, and so on, instead of the words art therapy. Can you press F5 so that we can see your full screen, please? So the existing terminological ambiguity is largely caused by both having borrowed the term art therapy from the English language and with a rather short history of art therapy in our country. So the uncertainty of the expert's role maintains its relevance. Art therapy in Russia is not an official profession, but it is included in the list of the authorized psychotherapy methods for medical psychotherapists, clinical psychologists, and so the use of art therapy by other professionals, teachers in particular, is presently a subject of controversy in some way. And so there is a burning issue of educating experts. And here we can guide ourselves by the criteria for association membership and requirements for professional education being developed by our National Association for the Development of Art Therapy Research and Practice. The plans for professional accreditation could all contribute to further professional development of art therapy in our country. We could also use as benchmarks the proposed criteria for membership in the European Federation of Art Therapy, high professional standards and high quality art therapy education and practice. In many countries, art therapy is still a rather young profession, and it is still struggling for its independence from related domains. And we must understand that for art therapy, it is important to formulate and reinforce its particular art-based therapeutic practice and to resist the lure of following the lead of colleagues from other disciplines. And according to Catherine Moon, it is important to develop meaningful theoretical constructs from the matrix of art therapy itself. The understanding of art therapy deepens as art therapists reflect on the ways they can practice their profession and end up arriving at theories that are not borrowed, but are more isomorphic to art. Of course, using art with its full potential to support and develop is not the sole prerogative of art therapists, psychotherapists, and psychologists trained in art therapy, but also by a lot of other experts, teachers, artists, other creative professionals, social workers. They use art in their work. So we need to create separate training programs for art therapists and for art instructors. So a clear delineation between the categories of art therapist as art psychotherapist and art instructor could help resolve the issue of concept confusion and also to help distinguish art therapy from other kinds of activities involving the use of art and creativity with children and teenagers. They're also very important, but they do not necessarily need to be called art therapy. I am very grateful for your attention, and I am willing to answer any questions you might have. So do you have questions?
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Ну что ж, вопросы?
So there are no questions.
Вопросов нет. Неужели?
How strange.
Right, there are no questions. Why is that? Maybe we are afraid to ask those questions. So the topics you talked about, Natalia, they are very profound. What ways do art therapy and art pedagogics develop in? How do they interact? What level, what theories, what methodologies, what personality concepts do they interact in? I believe that psychology and psychiatry is really valuable to be using it in art therapy. It is an interdisciplinary area, but pedagogics should not be ignored. And even if we differentiate between art therapy and art pedagogics, well, these formats are used when working with children and adolescents, but not only that. This kind of work is directed at various age groups. There's this risk, if we want to keep art therapy pure, so to speak, we shouldn't be saying no to an opportunity of integrating with pedagogics. I think we can broaden horizons of therapy development. We can make it more efficient working in the system of education. I can't really imagine a successful art therapist who wouldn't be competent in pedagogics, in the art of teaching. I think this is the way to increase the efficiency of educational practices. Yeah, that is a very serious discussion. I'd like to draw one example here. It doesn't have to do with art therapy directly, but has to do with the mixture of professional roles. Very recently, one mother addressed me regarding the issues her first grader daughter faced at school, and asked, do you have a school psychologist? Yes, we have school psychologist, but she works as a teacher. She doesn't have time to work as psychologist at school. This is what happens when we begin to integrate into the system to a substantial degree. We stop differentiating between professional roles. This girl with serious psychiatric issues, she found herself without support of a specialist, because the specialist was employed in another capacity in that particular educational institution. So in the educational system, art therapy is important, but it has to be replaced by educational work. It has its own distinctive features. It is to support children with serious psychological issues. Right. Thank you. I can quote Kapytin, who speaks of three models, and he talks of art, pedagogics, and art therapy still being distinct. Well, I can probably discuss this with you. I'm of a different opinion, says Natalia, and Alexandra continues saying, yes, I believe it is something that we can discuss. Yes, we have a lot of opportunities for improvement here. So as a part of our talk today, we'll have access to various points of view. And so, yes, we'll talk about this issue as well. Thank you, Natalia. Maybe some other listeners would like to ask questions. We don't really have much time left. Yes, maybe at the very end, we might have a brief Q&A session. Right, with this, I'd like to give the floor over to Dr. Barbara Parker-Bell, fostering resilience in youth and adolescents with art therapy strategies and interventions. Over to you.
Could you please switch on your microphone?
Dr. Parker-Bell, please switch on the microphone. We can't hear you.
Okay, hopefully now you can hear me. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to listen to Natalia and her speech and talk about the history of art therapy with youth. And I hope to follow with some of the practices that I believe in and I think are important for our consideration as we serve to help the youth. The youth are our future and we need them to flourish, particularly in our stressful times with COVID-19. That is brought that more into the fore related to our experiences. So I'm going to talk to you specifically about some art therapy strategies and interventions and some of the underlying premises for those strategies and interventions. So again, this is the picture that we want to be seeing when we're thinking about our youth. We want them to be full of life, engaged, happy, resilient. This is our aim. So it's not the aim of our therapists just to remove dysfunction or to correct, some ill. It really is also helping them meet their full potential and to engage in life and to be able to overcome challenges that will occur in life. We all are going to face challenges. We all do. We're facing them now. But how do we respond successfully to those challenges? If we're talking about youth, we're talking about adolescents. They're already facing many challenges that come honestly from developmental processes. So we have, just the biological aspects of development where the brain is developing. There's physical maturity, and there's a lot of things here that preoccupy the adolescent that they have to move through to becoming a fully engaged adult. So biological aspects. And then we also have the pressures of academic and future orientation. So here we have young adults who now see that they may be joining that adult life and they're going to have responsibilities. They're going to need to choose a career. And their stressors of achieving those milestones towards having that successful adult life and choosing their aim and profession. Additionally, they have social and relational considerations that they're just beginning to navigate on a different level than their early childhood experiences. So what peers become more important, navigating conflicts with family members become more important as they're trying to individuate from the family system. So with all of these stressors, again, they could be coming from any direction at any time, and some may rise more than others at particular times. Family stressors, school stressors, just identity stressors can cause a lot of challenge and maybe depressive symptoms and anxiety symptoms, among other things. Adolescence is also the time when you might see the presence of major mental illness arise. So if they have some vulnerabilities for that, that can also be a challenge at this time if they're inundated with stress. Currently in COVID-19 times, we're all as a global society experiencing this additional layer of stressors, and the American Psychology Association has surveyed in 2020 the great amount of adolescents who are feeling depressed and having depressed symptoms, anxious symptoms, and they feel like they're having difficulty planning for their future and moving forward. So this is where we have to say, how do we answer that? How do we have our youth have faith in their future and their own personal, social, emotional, and adult development in the future? So again, yes, this is something that an image that I included here before pandemic times. But I think we've increased the level of the stressors and the responses. Even as a university professor, and I work with young adults, you see the layers of distress that have increased because of COVID-19. So we have to fight every day in some ways to learn how to find these resources within ourselves and outside ourselves to help us make through and be resilient in these circumstances. So what is resilience? Resilience is the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. The key thing that I want to say here is that resilience can be learned and developed. It's not necessarily a personality trait, right? That is just cooked and baked and done throughout one's life. It's something that can be manifested and supported within different contexts, including the therapeutic relationship, which holds the space for negative things as well as fostering positive things in a person's life. So again, you know, when we're thinking as creative arts therapists to respond and cultivate this resilience, there's a lot of backup with the literature that tells us this can be helpful. So promotion of hope and motivation and a strength-based cognitive approach can support people in building their concepts of success and their success in life. Promotion of increased and perceived social support correlates with decreased depressive symptoms and increased coping. So what we're meaning here is we have to help people connect with others. You know, when we become isolated, and that's something that's happened in COVID-19 times, that perception of social support has been fractured. So again, you know, one of the things that we've had to learn in COVID-19 times is to find new ways to engage and find that perceived social support. And again, this is important for the development of resilience. Promotion of mindfulness, as I heard it was talked about maybe in the talks before us as well. We have to learn how to ease and relax and diminish our anxiety responses, our fight and flight responses to these crises. So, you know, this is also can help people. How can we need to teach people and support them in learning how to regulate their emotions that come up. And again, it's natural, problems are natural in life. Unfortunately, crises are natural in life. And so we need to learn these skills to be able to move through successfully and feel like we can handle those things. We are going to be exposed, so let's learn the skills to move through. So there's other literature that talks about how CBT-based groups can focus on wellness and also reduce bullying and supports positive school engagement. School engagement is, again, a part of that academic umbrella, and we have to support them in finding a safe space to nurture their future interests and career goals. Again, in therapy, sometimes we tend to have a medical model and we're looking at deficits and challenges that people are facing versus their inherent strengths and their skills. And if we can focus on their assets, what we call assets, and help them identify those, that's also a really important way to cultivate resilience. As I noted before, cultivating social interest can be helpful, and also in reducing aggressive behavior. Again, we are social beings, and we have to help people learn how to be connected and express and regulate emotions. Group therapy in the school settings, and kind of looking at some things that Natalia has mentioned, that there's ways that our therapists are interacting in the schools and providing some support for regulating emotions, learning social connections, and coping with the stressors that were existing. And even now with COVID-19, there's quite a few programs that have been launched to help people within the schools, giving them moments to express so they can again focus on their studies. So, there are group-based programs, and anything in art therapy has to happen within the context of a therapeutic relationship where there is a sense of safety about expression that's built over time with a therapist or with a group. So again, if you notice here in this group-based program, there is a period of time where you, develop trust before some of the major work begins. So one of the interventions that they use is the mandala, and this is helpful in terms of mood regulation and getting some sense of calm and peacefulness. There has been a lot of research that supports this type of practice, and there's more structured mandalas and unstructured mandalas that helps people reduce stress and again, feel more regulated. There's, again, if we're talking about engaging people socially, there's collaborative work. This usually happens when the group cohesion is more developed. And again, you can use different art symbols and methods to help them connect with each other and negotiate their world and learn those kinds of skills. Here, each person created their own island. And then, you see on the left that they were building connections with each other and, addressing how they might connect in this ocean. So helping them practice in a metaphoric way can help them learn to negotiate with the support, again, of the art therapist present. And I think that's a key factor in some of the things that Natalia was talking about, is the difference maybe between an art educator and art therapist is there's therapeutic process, things that are being considered by the art therapist as opposed to a group assignment. There's this whole developmental group process that's being considered by the art therapist. Giving people formats and structures to express specific things. Again, when you provide things like the stress mobile, where you might have someone depict in this creative way what kinds of stressors they're balancing, the art therapist also has to be mindful of matching their suggestion to the need. So it's always client-centered as opposed to I'm just going to give an art assignment for today. It really is what is the need of the group? What is the need of the individual? How do I help them contain or connect? Here's another sample of an art process that has been used. Again, working on helping people recognize the layers of their own emotions. This is called the kind of like the anger layer cake. And we all know that we may be angry at something, but it takes a little bit of reflections to see what really is that all about. So that provides a visual means for people to step back from their emotional experience and have a symbol for it that seems a little bit more distant from themselves, more of a narrative art therapy approach to in some ways, where you can say something about your anger cake that you wouldn't say particularly about yourself, and you can feel okay about it. You can share this image, have some distance with it in collaboration with your group or therapist. And again, even in resilience, it's not like we're saying, oh, everything has to be wonderful and happy, and that's how we're going to build resilience. It's really, we have to also provide a place for those more challenging, conflictual expressions in a safe way, and then they can move on. So it's not about relentless happiness. It's really about providing a space for some of these things so that they can then, have a space for positive emotions and connections to others. Again, as I noted, we could use guided imagery processes too to help people learn mindfulness and relaxation, doing imagery particular to each individual related to what provides a safe and creative space for themselves, and having them recall that can help, again, modulate some of the stressors that we're experiencing in pandemic times and developmentally for our youth. And the other thing that we talk about as well is really identifying protective factors. What can buffer us in times of stress? I mean, I think that's the reality of it. Everybody's experiencing stress right now. What can we bring to our resources, to ourselves, so that we can withstand some of the stressors that we're having? So the symbol of a strength shield is very powerful in that regard. And here, this example is created with collage materials where people are identifying these things that they find as protective. And symbolically, the shield could be made with some stronger structure, nothing flimsy, because materials are important to protect them and to remember that they have those during times of distress. I'm going to show you, I know I don't have too much more time, so I'm going to quickly show some examples. Here in Florida in the USA, we're prone to hurricanes. So we know about those disasters all too well. And unfortunately, I've had some opportunities to work with people and see how people resiliently responded to some of these events in our area. So just to give you some visual examples here, this is a storefront in the panhandle of Florida. And you can see the window. After a year or so, everything was still destroyed from the hurricane, and people were rebuilding. But on the right, the community decided to create a quilt, of resilience, taking images and transforming these images and building it together so they could see the community as a resource for their resilience. So this effort was led by artists. So they had some intuitive kind of feelings about how we need to bring people together so they see each other as social connections and supports. Here, this is an example of a family who used a practice that is often used at holiday time here in the United States, where they make gingerbread houses to celebrate the Christmas holidays. And so instead of making this perfect house on the right, the people who withstood the hurricane showed their gingerbread home with trees fallen and a blue tarp covering their broken roof. But to them, it was a celebration, right? They mastered the situation by recreating it and celebrating it and finding a way to join in a humorous way about that experience. Same thing here, they used these signs right after the hurricane. There were so many signs that, people were saying, please let me fix your roof, let me fix your house. And I went to visit there and they were all over the place. And so that people actually cut those boards up and made journals of them. It was like transforming that assault of signs into something positive to hold their expressions about the event. They also created medals of honor for people that had helped them during that time to remember and help them cultivate those connections with others. And finally, I'm going to talk a little bit about an event that I put together for people who were surviving school violence. So again, this assault on this community, there was not something that was prevented or could be prevented. So we have to help lift people up following those things and help them find those resources within. So again, we worked with a group of adolescents in conjunction with a counselor and an art educator and a glass artist and myself. We worked in school to help people, students in school, identify some of their strengths. And there were lists here and we had discussions to warm them up. We also had them do these tissue paper collages to create this translucent heart, kind of like stained glass, with each color representing a resource that could bring them solace and remind them of their strength. And this moved on into a fused glass project where we had the different colored glass that they could use also that represents their strengths and their resources. And we fused that we cast that, fired it, and then they had this really, really strong symbol that they could carry with them related to all of those strengths and resources. So again, here, this was the final project here, and people were able to take that away within a pouch to hold that with them. So when they met these challenging situations, school violence, hurricanes, COVID-19, they had something to hold on to help them move forward. And so again, we assessed for learning with more drawing and reflection. And even one of our persons created a very nice holding environment, a place to keep that those resources safe. So we knew that it had some impact and some importance for those participants. And again, now we are contending with COVID-19, and I've been tremendously impressed with the art therapists around the world and how they're intervening by providing opportunities for expression, but also fostering strength and teaching skills related to resilience. In this research example, the expressive activities help people contain some of the difficult emotions so that they could attend and focus and work. And mandalas help them to relax a little bit more so they could engage in life. And I'm looking forward to the future where I'm working with Dr. Kaputin and the organization in Russia to exchange ideas about how we can work to support resilience in the time of COVID. So I welcome anybody here to also join us in that project. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. And you're welcome to bring your expertise to the global context, and your presentation is very much appreciated here in Russia. And I believe that our collaborative project is a good example of how art therapists from different parts of the globe can cooperate in the situation of the stress of COVID-19. And we are now in the forefront of many challenges that invite us to think how we could bring our efforts together. And I invite my colleagues to respond and to ask questions if you have any. Извините, я перешел на английский, но приветствовал вклад.
Well, I switched to English. I was basically welcoming Barbara's contribution and her efforts into strengthening of our cooperation. Together, we can withstand all these challenges much, much better, including the pandemic, along all other challenges. We really need cooperation to do that. Now it's time for your questions or responses. Yes, Natalia? Yes, I'd like to clarify as a continuation of our talk. So how is art therapy organized in the US? Who carries out art therapy in American schools? And is there this distinction between art therapists and the teachers of art at American schools?
Yes, there are. There are at times some overlap as well, but mostly, we have people who are qualified. We have the profession is more established in the United States. We have credentialing processes, so that we do also have now a more integration of different helping professionals in the school setting so that they can still be recognized as helping, psychological help professionals within the school settings. One of the larger art therapy programs in the schools is in the Miami-Dade School District in Florida. And at the very beginning of that, to be able to be integrated into the system, many of those art therapists had to also become art educators just to be recognized as an employee in those systems. But they're seen as two very different roles. Again, more one starting mental health and maybe maintaining and sustaining students and families' school engagement, as opposed to teaching art in the classroom. Although we do know that as art therapists, we're always teaching some skills, but there is a very, a very specific delineation on the most part here in the United States. I work in a department at Florida State University where I'm under the umbrella of the art education. That's our department. And so are there some overlaps of our mission? Yes. I mean, I think when I think of some of the art educators wanting to address social justice, issues and collaborate and heal the community in some way through art, and attend to some of these things. I think there is just some natural overlap in when we're thinking about helping people give a voice through artistic means to their expression.
Okay, thank you.
Правильно я понимаю, Наталья, что можно задать
Do I understand correctly that we have interpretation? Oh, we can ask in Russian. Oh, so resilience as a notion is used by you very actively, and it reflects a trend of how support, psychosocial support is organized. And this is a trend in art therapy in the last several decades. Do you understand it correctly that it's a trend switching to positive platforms, so to speak, a platform which looks more at supporting internal and external strengths and assets in people so as to reach a higher level of adaptation, whereas in previous decades you would have more to do with pathogenetic model, looking more into symptoms and mental disorders. So now what we see is this strength and resource-oriented therapy. So that's where we see that resilience becomes central element of this new doctrine.
And that partly comes, there's some embrace, it's not the only thing that's being addressed in the United States. There is positive psychology in that piece too. But again, the one thing I do want to emphasize as well is that it doesn't mean you ignore negative affect or challenges, that people are facing. You give room to that, but also help people see those other things. You can shift and reframe, but you have to hold all the challenges as well and work through that. So to me, it's not an either or, it's a collaborative process.
Thank you. Ну что ж, может быть, двигаться дальше.
Okay, shall we move on? So we're supposed to have a talk by Dr. Ruth Hampe. It's a recording. So I would like to request that our technical service turns it on.
Okay. Good afternoon, all together. I'd just like to present something about art therapeutic experience in supporting children and adolescents in critical life situations. So this is the guideline I'm presenting. First, speaking about the meaning of the frame: empathy, compassion, mindfulness, regression and expressive painting, symbolization of a safe place, art therapeutic intervention, emotional development, psychic and physical disabilities, and the possibilities of artistic procession, as well as the outlook. So to introduce this work, I like to give some aspects. This presentation is based on the work with children and adolescents project works. It relates especially to projects with mentally disabled children in Bolivia and China, as well as children having a traumatic background and refugee containers in Germany. The pictorial expression that are shown can give an understanding how art therapeutic work can be like in critical life situations. The examples show that aspects of founding and resource orientation, empathy and compassion are of main importance, and so far relationship dynamics form the center of the different settings. What you see here is these are frames from made by papers not only the line you put around something, it is always a ritual of the beginning and the ending of a session, like using different repetitive possibilities. And of course, as Winnicott has pointed out, the intermediate atmosphere of safety during the session. Paper size, of course, is a frame, colored lines, as you see here, from the expressive painting art frame, but also the size of a box for aesthetic activities with sand, clay, and open space, etc. So to give you some examples, what has been proven as useful to visualize the beginning and the end of art therapeutic setting is the repetitive action, of course, and this includes, for example, just writing the name on the board at the beginning, a special kind of joint greeting, and at the end, a joint tidying up or farewell gesture. In the case of constant beginnings and endings all together in a group, the integration of hand puppet as representative for one's own well-being, and a closing round with a symbolic rolling of the ball in a circle have proven to be useful in order to give linguistic expression to the emotional inner experiences. And among others, this made it possible to engage in practicing language competence, for instance, for refugee children, and to give a self-expression like what was positive, what I like most, but besides, they can even mention what was not so good for them. So here you see the frame of a wooden box painted in blue inside, and this can symbolize water as air as well, the sandbox. And here a child has formed a lake inside and has put 4 objects in the middle, which were symbolizing his inner feeling, like the family number being all together. What is important in the intermediate space in the art therapy setting is holding and containing. The importance of the intermediate space in the therapeutic session also in the development of transitional phenomena and transitional objects has been explained by Donald Winnicott in various occasions. This is particularly evident in the work with children and adolescents relating to different stress phenomena and experiences. The key aspect is the relation dynamic between the client, therapist, as well as the artistic object and the used materials. With regard to the art therapy offered, for instance, in a refugee home, various external factors are generally significant, such as setting place, time, material, light. But internal factors are also of importance for the relationship dynamics between children and art therapists. That includes the creation of the intermediate space, like Winnicott has mentioned, but also containment, according to Wilfried Bryan. In this respect, art therapists have often emphasized this type of framework for the art therapeutic settings, as you can see the references down there. So we have not only a triangle, as it is often mentioned, we have this kind of 4 aspects coming together and with the relationship dynamics in the center as the main important aspect. Here, once more, a sandbox where children could order some different figures with their free choice. They could choose what they wanted, and it became a landscape of the 2 different boys. And one box with water stream around a hill on the left-hand side, and the other box with a lake in the center. It is a complex view on a landscape with people, animals, cars, and helicopter. On the one hand, there is a pelican with a helicopter in the center. In the other one, a bird and a fish are in the middle of the lake and one animal apart. It shows as well a safe place and an emotional projection. What does empathy and compassion and mindfulness mean for art therapists? In this context, aspects of salutogenesis become effective This means an understanding of one's own action, an orientation towards action, the experience of self-efficacy, and in finding a context of meaning or reference to meaning in everyday life. An integrated sense of meaning and the creative reference to action can help to support the individual in difficult life situations. In view of this, not only empathy is required, of course it's required, but not only this, and mindfulness as well, but with the artistic process, the particular compassion is very important in stressful situations and the mediation of participation in psychosocial areas. In the context of biopsychosocial and situational conditions, cultural occasions, and others, person-centered design and an open reference to work are just as important as a playful component in the activation of sensory experiences and references to action. Intuitive action that gives time and space to momentary inspiration and engagement in the creative process, as well as solution-oriented reference to playful action, contributes to psychodynamic process of change. At the same time, it is an inclusion of change in leaving and finding a trace in the artistic product, which mobilizes changed and new expression. Accordingly, participants can show other abilities in art analog expression that have not been perceived in institutional or social framework. For instance, for disabled people, who do very repetitive work in these working areas, they develop very other forms of activities and expression of themselves. So it is a self-directed expression that can emerge and can be rediscovered in those curative, or we can call it supportive education and art therapy. And with regard to this, the aesthetic design and appropriation process also includes a transcending of existing skills as well as living space, and is able to support new beginnings. A curative art therapy can have an innovative function in the integration of different institutions and social areas, as well as in the shaping of life, which is to be investigated and validated with the framework of exemplary project work. To establish it as a significant component with the framework of creative education, support in relation to prevention and intervention is of importance for psychosocial and social forms of implementation. Training must take this into account with regard to creative education requirements. So I show you some examples of expressive painting, which show you the regression in this process. And it was that the children ordered some special colors on their plate they wanted to paint with, and they started with a brush. And by the time, they mixed the colors, and the colors became autonomous, and they started to shape the molds and using their own hands to form lines and trace it on it. And in the end, handprints as a kind of self-identification. It was very important to go into the washing room afterwards and to wash the hands together. This kind of very close contact was of importance as well. And here you see that they were playing with the colored water and using it on the paper by painting with a brush, or even by shaping the papers. Or these haptical approaches in the regression was compared with their identification in naming the things they have done. as you see here, the different forms, or putting some symbols inside. This was just something not only done by very young children, starting with 4, but even older ones. It is a kind of recursion by going back to smearing and using the hands and so on. Another thing which was striking me was the development of a house or a hero, these two aspects. So on the first picture, you can see the silhouette of a house, and there is something black beside. And in the second picture underneath, you see the house coming out, and it is very colorful, but the same person. And on the right-hand side, the hero or Superman, as you may call it, these are pictures done in this workshop once a week in the refugee camp in Freiburg. And by the time they built houses by themselves, you can see some examples of them made of cardboard boxes and, you know, adding cloth and making it nice in the outside and coloring it. So symbolization of a house as an important motive in art therapeutic settings with regard to the formation of identity and resources in the context of resilience and empowerment. The motive house is of particular importance, for instance, in the refugee work. But we will have a workshop with children who were in the flood region of Germany, and we will work with this as well. Sometimes the refugees have housed for years in a tent city or a refugee camp in containers with the limited intimate use of space. And this choice of motive is often perceptible in the visual form of expression. So to have a safe place for oneself to paint it, build it, gets a special importance. For example, at the beginning, there were printed two-dimensional pictures, as you have already seen, but with the typical house pattern, regardless of the tradition and the country of origin, which then led to a three-dimensional design into which one could retreat. And you see this done by two girls in this refugee camp, and it was so important to have this terrace and this colorful house and with all these designs on it. And the importance of embellishing it and providing it with special details, as you can see here. This is a house you could sit inside as well. The theme of building a house was inspired in this refugee camp by the work of an elderly man from Iraq who starting from construction of different houses of worship, churches, for instance, began to design a flat-roofed house of his dreams outside the session. This stood on the shelf of his art studio for all to see. Two refugee children took it as an opportunity to also build a colorful house with a flat roof together. Afterwards, the wish arose to make a bigger house out of cardboard boxes to crawl into. With the assistance of the art therapist, the children then built a house with a pointed roof. In the process, the interior decoration became increasingly important, using fabric, small living details, and so on. At the same time, these self-designed house models also became a place of retreat, where the individual child sat down in between, also claimed that no one else was allowed to enter this house. When a volunteer photographer came and took photos with the parents' consent, the children stacked themselves inside or in front of the houses, as you can see. And this sign, what she has hanged at her house, symbolizes take off your shoes before entering. And you see here, these were children from different ages who, you know, one after the other, had afterwards seeing these houses, the wish to do it as well for himself. This is a small house done by a boy from the Iraq. And he took the opportunity to create a scenic animation by playing the cutout figures representing himself and his parents in this house as a place of common life. The arrangement he brought to life was to be filmed by me as well. For example, in one scene, the mother called the father and the son into the house to eat after the boy had previously announced that he was hungry. Furthermore, the house and its surroundings were additionally decorated with petals of daisies. You can see it. It's so, so important for them. So art therapeutic intervention and emotional development. Interactive play like a dialogue between client and art therapist, documented by photos, for instance, placing objects in turn one and after the other, the projection of own image motive, relationship to the scribble game according to Winnicott, or the possible enrichment through a fairy tale dialogue. So to start, once upon a time there was, and then you go on in just changing the position so that there's always a solution-orientated aspect done by the art therapist. Here you can see an interactive play with very simple things in a box, paper scraps, blue paper scraps. This was done in China. And we were working, changing room with a disabled boy and putting these paper scraps in a box while I was starting, and then he was changing it and playing his own piece. And so it was a dialogue that was enriched with a documentation afterwards, which was, of course, explained to the teacher who spoke Chinese at that time. You see, very, very simple, but it has a deep meaning for the children in doing so. And it is so simple for them. So even with a disability, they could manage to do it. Another thing is the dialogical play with a styrofoam ball with black ink. This dialogue game, the styrofoam ball that was dipped in black ink and then blown on to leave traces of movement on the plain paper. The participating children took turns blowing on the ball so that it moved in different directions. And after drying, the children colored the space in between, sometimes with the symbols or colored areas, borders by the black lines. And even the parents, who this was done in Bolivia, for instance, even the parents who were coming were supporting it. You can see then how they were working on the ground. And what is promoting, among other things, by doing this, is of course social interaction in the group process, breathing correctly while blowing. It's for language speech quite important to blow, and concentration on coloring in the squares, activation of creative skill, and it is a very low pressure creative offer. So it's done even with adults very easily as well, and it is supporting the concentration in coloring the space, and the interaction by blowing the ball is a funny thing. It can also be done as an individual exercise in a box that is moved in the sense of balancing exercise. The rolling circle ball, you can take bigger ones or smaller balls, and they go in different directions, following the movement sequences. And that can be carried out as well by people with physical impairment, or you can give, with a stick, you can move the wall as well if you can't blow. For Corona, for instance, you can't blow, you use it in another way. And here it is physical disabilities and possibilities of artistic expression on this very low level. And this is a sandbox, and you see it is an autistic boy exploring the sand in this frame of wooden box. It was in Bolivia, in Cochabamba, and this haptical sensation he's feeling, concentrating on it. And here, this was in China, this haptical sensation and stimulation by feeling sand. This was a boy with Down syndrome, and he is exploring the sand in the different ways, you know, by opening their hands and feeling what is happening. Yes. And another child, and she was working with a small object and putting them inside colored sticks. And the other one was exploring the dry sand by covering one of her hands with the sand. These were all children who has a mental disability. So to summarize some of these aspects as an outlook, I pointed out different things which I can read out for you. As a creative or supportive education or in the art therapy, simulation of sensory modality to strengthen self-awareness is very important. It is a resource-orientated work through activation of inner images and their creative implementation. So the inner images, as Peter from the neuro-linguistic approaches mentioned it, is activated by this as well. Not, you know, to look on the media pictures, but to have your inner pictures. And this is very important for salutogenesis. Empathy and compassion, the joint creative cooperation as an essential relationship dynamic, the compassion. It is not that I see that you are stealing or doing this and that. It is, you know, everyone has to have empathy. If you rob something or do something, but to have compassion, you won't do it. Of course not. So both belong together. Giving resonance and response in supporting the actions of the child, you know, with the playing sound, the clapping your hands and saying, well, this is wonderful what you have done, and so that the child is activated or the person is activated to go ahead. Dialogical design is a way of supporting expression. Framing is a supporting aspect in the creative process. What kind of frame you might take, it is always helpful. Attunement to biopsocial needs and the promotion through the artistic process. The provision of material is an additional aspect in artistic mobilization. This is good to know that with different materials from nature, colors, crayons, or whatsoever, you can stimulate the activation in a particular way, and to know this beforehand. The safe place, like the house, as an intimate place for finding and feeling one's own identity. Supporting personal empowerment and the experience of self-efficacy in one's own creativity as a solution-oriented complement. The acquisition of social skills within the framework of participation. So when you are in a group, so that they wait until the other one is saying what he feels and listening. So this is the framework somehow that there is a social skill trained by being together in a group, in being together. In that regard, language development can also be promoted. Intuitive language stimuli can also be anchored in joint action processes. As there may be a lack of integrated role models in the family, there's a need for special support as well as to integrate into society and culture. The development of personal strength can be promoted by artistic expression as positive self-images, to see himself in a very different way, to feel himself in a very different way, and to see that another person is watching it. He sees what he is doing, and this is so important, that there's someone connected to him. And identity formation through symbolization of creative self-experiences can contribute to a better socialization. So these are some aspects. You can, of course, you can mention much more, and I could have presented much more, but this is just something, and here are some of the references I have added in German, only one in English, but so you can see. And well, I thank you so much for listening, and it was a pleasure for me to be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruth Hamper, for your very extensive talk. So do we have more speakers today?
Right. Do we have all the presenters in place? Vladimir, I understand it correctly. That's your turn now. Yes, this is absolutely correct. Please switch the presentation on. You can manage that yourself through screen share function. Dear colleagues, just a second. The green button below. Press it. There, it's on, the presentation is on your desktop probably. So screen share function is right there. Can you see my presentation? Not yet. Please press the green button and you will actually see, I can see my presentation. We can't see it from here though. Please push the, you have to share the sound. Please press that button. Yes, there are two links there now. Here we go. This is it. Yeah, I can see it now. Awesome. Great. We see it. Yes, everybody sees it. Great. I'm happy to welcome everyone. You're my brothers and sisters in spirit. Ludmila, Natalia, Barbara, happy to see all of you. I think this is a great sign. So in my report, I'll mostly talk about something. Can everybody hear me, by the way? Because I have this very quiet voice. So listening to Natalia's report very attentively, I didn't really want to ask this question just because I think everything was reported on very clearly, but what I think about the independence in the division, I think I didn't really like the division of art education and art therapy. I don't really see this division. I see integration. I see acting in concert for art therapy as a natural aspect of being engaged in art as a part of educational process. And here, art education here is based upon art therapy for children. This is the preserved aspect of selfness, and for adults and for parents, what we're speaking about here is the actualization and rebirth of health and well-being. I'll switch to this quote from Tuchev. We cannot say how our word will be reflected. This is a quote from a Russian poet. I think to understand each other is becoming pivotal, not so much on the word level, because terminology is different in each case. We're only given compassion, says the Russian poet Tuchev, the ability to be compassionate, the ability to own your own sensory culture of feelings. This is what helps us get something which is called God send in theology and in art therapy. I'll return to the previous slide, and we are dealing with too much globalization right now. And in this sense, educational art therapy is all important today. I'd like to follow Alexander Kapitin in stating that this is a great way of preventing. So alexithymia is becoming highly prevalent now, first and foremost in institution. Traditional medicine can't really cope with the function of preserving traditional family and social institutions. The ability to love, the practice of developing the ability to love is becoming all important. Systemic education needs to be in sync with what we call self-education, the education of oneself. I think the school has to adapt for school, for a child, not a child has to adapt for school. And if we follow this approach, that will mean that we follow humane aspects of humans. And if we follow this approach, we will develop emotionally warm relations, which require relations or relationships, which need adaptation. Education has always been regarded as a science in this country, but in every course book on education, we can find that it's both science in the strict sense of the word, and also it's a type of art. So composing music or composing dance, be that modern rap dancing, whatever the act of creativity is, it has to influence our self-evaluation. So it is only possible if we use a systemic approach of terminal values and individualization, which can resist globalization in the educational system. In its frontal work, which dominates right now in our educational system, the knowledge is being forced upon, and it's up to certain specialists to decide what aspects of knowledge should be forced upon school students. But we have to be searching for our vocation. So this value system has to do with the ability to love and not to expect anything in return for your love. Reciprocation will be on a lower level, as Likonin and Davidov say. Mutual love is the target here, but to understand your mission on Earth, to understand why we are here today, I talked to mother of a young person. This young person is 12 years old, but this is really activated. Who am I? What is my mission on this planet? Why am I here? So this is why he asked for for a conversation with me. The thing is that they lost their the father, and so it's a very serious process of understanding his creativity. And he says, I can't really find friends, and for him it is hard to understand why is it that I live on this earth. So art therapy is a great instrument when people start thinking about themselves. Mindfulness, Alexander Kapytin and other classical scholars of art therapy today, they stated quite clearly that mindfulness is needed to find humane aspects in us humans. How can we find our spot, our locations, without having to despise or degrade others? So this is a full form of self knowledge. And so the pandemic issue is not really relevant here. We can move it, we can shove it aside if we follow these practices. So either usually if all these practices are followed, one can either avoid COVID or have a light form of COVID without being vaccinated. It all follows from reflective practice. It's an ever-going, never-ending practice. And we have this emotion metrics as something that we see in children. So children and specialists starting from 5 years of age, they can engage in self-reflection, understanding emotional logistics of self-development in form of reworking and rethinking of negative elements such as fear and anger. This can be reworked into something positive, and self-blame can be avoided. From self-blame, they can go to the feeling of responsibility. So in art education, it's a threefold context to reach your goal in life. I think if that is carried out, the health is preserved and health is reached. Actualization of your ability to love. You also understand the value of your family connections. And for children, this is manifested in doing what they love doing most as hobby. And we keep looking for these formats. It can be art, drawing, music, dance, history, literature. So all these practices help us find ways of self reflection and self research. So there is a very clear goal. Where am I headed? This can be a mobile relation. So physical health is what exists thanks to that. Structural practice of art education has three elements. So spirit, soul, body. And art therapy, 50–60% of time, the practice of self-feeling allows you to understand who you are through self-reflection through understanding what your needs are. Drama hermeneutics is a vital and viable method in pedagogy and in art education today. This method helps us realize and find answers to questions: who am I and why am I here? This is so these are our own values which really make us feel happy. So this is the structure of practical art education. Let's us understand ourselves as human beings in a systemic way through practices which are based on our pedagogical system. So here are some illustrations from our classes and courses. What they speak of is that emphasis in our practice in landscape art educational set of practices. It is borrowed from art therapeutical practices back in the late 20th century. Alexander Kapytin used these practices. So this is a very efficient way of supporting families. Also, prevention of divorces. Before pandemic, we would have up to 200 families to these art workshops. We put up tents and we go ahead with these art therapeutical practices at an evening, in the evening at the camp fire. And so we have all these other activities which can be carried out in the wilderness, swimming in the river, singing, dancing together. So during the pandemic, we kept on going. We carried on with these practices, and nobody can ban these activities. So we follow all the anti-pandemic measures. We set up our tents at a safe distance from each other. And when we speak of doing similar things in the city, what we're talking about the maximum way of using nature-based and nature-relevant practices. We go to parks, we go to forests which find themselves inside the city of Tver, where we are active. So we have 3 rivers in Tver. So we do have proper conditions for practices of this kind, and these art pedagogical practices are efficient. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions. I'll be looking forward to Lyudmila Lebedeva's report. Thank you, dear colleagues.
I have a question. I mean, I know we're talking about the relationship, between art educators and art therapists. And I hear you saying, I really don't like those boundaries or a strong boundary between those professions. In Russia, how is the difference? How are people trained differently? Because in the US, there is a great difference in how art therapists are trained as opposed to art educators, with art therapists having a lot more training in terms of psychological factors, therapeutic relationship, group process. How does that occur in Russia?
Андрей, будьте добры, помогите мне перевести, я английским не владею. Андрей, Александр, кого нет.
Владимир, там внизу кнопочка есть, перевод. И там у нас переводчик, который
So
все
there
переводит.
is a button down there, translation. Yeah, please press that button.
Можете говорить, и Барбара поймет.
Do you need me to ask again?
Barbara, I think I remember the question. I think I can translate it now.
Okay, thank you.
Владимир, вы поняли вопрос или нет? Владимир, Барбара может повторить вам вопрос, если нужно.
Это разные специальности, я понимаю, да. В России, насколько я
In Russia, as far as I understand, so we only have the Institution of Art Pedagogics, and we're a small institution. Well, this is what we do in Russia, and these are very first beginnings of having art pedagogical practices. I agree with Natalia. Very often in Russia, one notion is used in the meaning of the other. I want to believe that these are two disciplines which are separate and they're in their own right. They are independent practices, art therapeutical and art educational, separate practices, where goals and objectives are different. So along facilitation, along with support in psycho-emotional sphere, we have this kind of practice in Tver with children, especially with adults who have these special children who have various disorders such as cerebral palsy and Down syndrome. For us, art educational specialists and art therapists, we understand whether we want to approach this level. But typical practice and typical practice as of today, I don't really see such emphasis in our literature or in foreign literature. They don't really highlight spiritual practices, or they speak of other practices rather than spiritual practices. What is more, in everyday educational practice today, I would say that the educational model is incomplete. What makes it incomplete? The system of relations is incomplete. Teachers talk directly to children, ignoring centuries-old family aspects, which are a part of the system for centuries. So if educational specialists talk to children disregarding parental values, it's not really functional. It's not really headed anywhere. So for us, it is important to use such institution as family. It doesn't matter if the parents are divorced or not. We talk about spouses. Spouses get divorced, but even if they are divorced, they remain to be parents. So we have to think about that as well. And we have to understand that when divorce takes place, they still are father and mother to the child. We have to find out how we can support parents, how we can help them perform these parental functions so that the child would feel protected. And this is a basic model of such a practice. So today, I can't really say that we don't really see this happening. Some gifted educators, some talented educators do that, But this is not a system. I think what is needed is we have to rethink the tasks of art and creativity in the system of preschooling and in the system of school education. When we understand that this is a very serious resource for us, thanks to which we can maintain the integrity of human beings. So the role of educator will be different from that of art therapist, who can't really ask questions of this kind, what these values are. Can you share those values? I hope I managed. I'm sorry if it was distorted answer in a way, but that's the way it is. That's what I think.
Спасибо.
And thank you for the comment in the chat about spiritual improvement being available to people with limited capacity, with people with special needs. This is something we know from our practice. Alexander, are you there? So if there are no questions, we need to introduce our last speaker. Ludmila, I am very much looking forward to your talk. This is a very important topic for me. Thank you very much for your kind words and for your interest in my topic. And I am rather anxious because they were brilliant talks. And I tried to make my talk as short as possible because I knew that we would not make it before 7, and it's 7:11 already. And I don't know if I'm even allowed to speak, but I will begin anyway. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to see everyone, to see all of the familiar faces, of the beloved faces. So my talk, I prepared it for the pre-pandemic Congress, and it was a very relevant topic at the time. However, it remained relevant. Maybe it's even more relevant because some people suffered because some people had QR codes, some people didn't, and so there was bullying of people without the QR codes, and the emotional relationships and the value of those relationships changed. And I'm going to turn my presentation on. So my topic is psychoprophylactic resources of group art therapy with adolescents in a situation of emotional bullying. Originally, I wanted to talk about bullying and mobbing and differentiate between them, but then I decided to cut that out so that I would fit in the time given. So the everyday bullying practice can be considered a pandemic of modern times. This is a rather common occurrence. So very quickly, I will give you some definitions. The term bullying was first suggested by an English journalist, Andrew Adams, in 1990, not too long ago. But many experts, Tim Field included, believe that bullying appeared on our planet at the same time as humans did. Bullying is scaring, humiliation, arrogant, insulting behavior related to an imbalance of power, authority, and strength. And sometimes grown-ups become part of the bullying, which makes the process even more dangerous and causes a lot of harm. Some of those grown-ups are teachers, managers, bosses, and sometimes even parents of the child's classmates. So a bully demonstrates a pathological lack of desire to believe that their behavior is destructive. And a bully begins bullying a different victim once they finished bullying the first one. And bullies like this are the main threat in an adolescent environment. And Tim Field calls them serial bullies. So what are the risks and the implications? And I call it the bullership situation. Victims can become bullies with a pathologically sophisticated desire for revenge. When they finally stop being victims, when they stop being humiliated, they may turn into persons who are bullying other people as well, and they see it as an act of revenge. And this bullership as a destructive desire may be perceived as a usual pastime, a way to release yourself or have fun. The psychological trauma caused by bullying are a more destructive factor than all other stresses taken together, according to Brady Wilson. And I want to give you an example where well, I have an animation where you can see the social model of this traumatic impact of one person over another, and the victim may become a bullier.
Hey!
Вот этот пример вполне может
So this example can be very well used to discuss bullying with adolescents without giving them the term. Because we all know that it is a very complicated situation when children are embarrassed and unwilling to talk about this phenomenon and do not want to recognize that it exists. Many experts classify types of bullying, and there are a lot of proponents of this type of classification, where there are 4 types of bullying: verbal humiliation, humiliating comments about everything and anything at all, and about some very sensitive topics, such as a person's appearance, religion, ethnic identity, disability, styles of clothing, and so on. The second type of bullying is physical inappropriate behavior, indecent behavior, beatings, social bullying, social threats and humiliation with social exclusion and isolation, or ethnic or social discrimination. And the fourth one is cyberbullying. That is mainly connected with the internet and all of the opportunities that it provides. And in every type of bullying, each participant suffers greatly, the witnesses, the victim, and the bullier himself. I would like to ask you, can you all see this phrase? You are now sharing your screen. Do you see the words, you're sharing your screen? I think it's in the way, isn't it? Nope, we don't see any words like that. Yes, it's a nice clear screen. Yes, thank you for telling me, because I see this line just in the middle of my presentation. So I would like to share with you the results of my research exploration, because I think we need to add emotional bullying, like emotional abuse. And I would even classify it as a separate type of bullying above all others. And I think that emotional bullying is something we see in life as sophisticated teasing, mocking, and humiliation of a person's feelings and sensations and emotions. The people who suffer are romantic, sensitive adolescents who are prone to caring, to showing tenderness, to openly react in moving situations. And you often see people humiliating children for crying when they see an animal being hurt, for example. This type of bullying is very harmful and has serious implications. I called it emotional blindness. When adolescents prefer not to see and not to distinguish between emotions, when they gradually become cold and indifferent in order to overcome those difficult romantic feelings and not be bullied anymore. In a bullying situation, art therapy is the recipe. Why? Because it addresses the emotional domain. And since bullying involves many children at once, the key is group art therapy. And in group art therapy, through spontaneous artistic creativity in a space trusting environment, adolescents can talk about their feelings and they can address their feelings that they find difficult to talk about and to discuss verbally. They can respond, they can overcome their strong negative feelings and gain a subjective positive experience. And art therapy is also an important resource in the psycho-prevention of bullying. Difficult and toxic emotional states are often not talked about by adolescents, and that makes the mental health worse. The victims of bullying are often silent and they try to hide their trauma and their toxic feelings because they want to remain all right in the eyes of the people who don't know anything about the situation. And art therapy allows us to move into the language of nonverbal communication. So in order to provide a gentle diagnosis of the depth of the problem, we can use stimulation material where we would project strong personal feelings and experience. And in the current situation, I believe we should think about group art therapy online, the way we're meeting now. And then the techniques I want to share are going to be very useful. In case of emotional abuse, direct bullies and related persons treat victims as objects, and they deprive them of the right of human identity. And this is probably the most significant implication of bullying, when a person loses a spiritual identity. And those painful topics find a very good way to discuss through imagery. And animation is a very valuable thing because it is related to anima, the soul, and it is an authentic tool for psychological work leading to positive resource. And I would like to show you an illustration. They're going to be plots from an animation film called Employment. And Natalia Nazarova showed me this animation film, so I'm very happy to share it with you. And with understanding the new context of this animation film. People as objects. So that is the accentuation that we can offer for the discussion if we do not want to address bullying directly. And this also works for online group work with a class or with a group of children through Zoom, for example, the way we're doing it now.
После просмотра данного сюжета или данного...
So after watching this video, we can offer children several questions. How did you feel when you watched the first part of the animation? What feelings does the main character inspire? What would you like to say to this person if you were one of the characters of this film and as yourself? And this bit of the video activates very strong emotions and sometimes resistance, because the victim wants to avenge the bullier for the emotional abuse and the experienced trauma. But after this small narrative type dialogue, or maybe even monologue, depending on the way everything goes, we keep showing the film, and I am going to show you the next bit. So what is happening to our character and what's his job?
Как вы видите, мы видим потрясающую иллюстрацию
You can
того,
see this is a magnificent illustration of the way rules change and how differently a person feels depending on what they do and what is being done to them. So this is a very good opportunity for adolescents to talk about their experience. So what are the questions you could ask at this point?
показалось наиболее чувствительным в этом
What was the most sensitive? What touched you the most emotionally? Are you familiar with situations like that in real life? Maybe you will remember a story where a person feels like this character who is serving as a doormat. Why does this happen and what can be done? Who can help and how? Give several options. The next stage of our work is creating an artistic image based on personal stories and associations and a further positive framing of the pictures. And I would like to quote Udo Bayer, the feeling that you perceive as threatening needs a frame. It needs a secure frame. And I suggest drawing within the frame something that gives you security. And those actions are associated with a positive self-promise as a commitment acceptance technique.
комментарий по этому фрагменту мне хотелось бы дать такой. Переход от вопросов и
And transitioning from questions and verbal discussion,
жизненной практики
a very common practice in the life of adolescents, to working with artistic materials, with art supplies, helps children to identify the feelings they suppress and to build healthier protective mechanisms. Sessions like this can be aimed at creating a therapeutic relationship based on the victim's acceptance of psychological assistance in the case of bullying, because children are very much resistant to that and they believe that nothing can be changed, no assistant would be useful. In addition to that, we can use associative imagery. So I took one of the Dixit cards and showed it as an example. So here we can also discuss bullying based on the characters in that picture. Compensational and preventational functions of art therapy are implemented through support. And the next animation film is the end of the first clip that I showed, when the girl was becoming wounded by the injuries caused by the people around her. And I would like to show the end of that clip. It's also very short. And this animation film and its plot reflects the experience of bullying, provides for free association, and also provides as a support resource. How did the character find their own response to the situation? And this is a good hint to the adolescents who do not see their own way of overcoming the situation. So you can use as material something that contains an answer.
Вы видите, что финал содержит
So
ресурсы.
you see that the end of this clip has a resourceful outcome and the wounds are being healed. So unconditional love is a foundation for healing. The acceptance of the rejected part of yourself is a way towards integrity, and mindful resource defines the following steps and inspires hope. Research by Martin Seligman and Christopher Peterson included a list of 24 positive character traits that are conducive to overcoming depression and happiness, and they are hope, gratitude, curiosity, and love. And I believe they are the main existential landmarks for adolescents in a situation of bullying. So this is the end of my talk, and I am very grateful for inviting me here and for this opportunity to talk about my experience. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia, for the film. It's absolutely magical. It works in absolutely unexpected situations with different themes, and it fit this situation just perfectly, the situation of emotional abuse and emotional trauma, and the trauma induced by emotional bullying. Alexander has left us, so who is going to close the discussion? Well, thank you very much from the organizers. Yes, Alexander had to leave us for a while. That was a brilliant talk. Thank you. So let us say goodbye now. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see each other tomorrow at tomorrow's morning session. Thank you, and I hope we all preserve our emotional immunity. Yes, those are words of gold. Yes, thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.